Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's a joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Roll call. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
So we have 3 items on closed session. Do we have any public comment on any of the closed session items? There's no one here in the chambers. Is there anyone online? And no hands and no comments. So we will now convene to closed session and we will return at 6.
Madam Mayor, could you please read what each item is that you will be going into closed
Oh,
session?
for closed session?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
yes, okay. First, item 1A is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, Bloom Energy Corporation et al. Versus City of Santa Clara et al., Santa Clara Superior Court case number 21CV383800, deferred from the February 21st, 2023 meeting. Item number 1B is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. Property is 981 Fremont Street, Santa Clara, California, 95050. Assessor's parcel number 984-12-011. City authority negotiator, city manager or designee. Negotiating parties, Jeff Reiser, Kappa Alpha Theta, Teresa Smith, Fraternity Housing Corporation. Under negotiation, purchase/sale/exchange/lease of real property, provisions, price, and terms of payment. And item number 1C is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2. Exposure to litigation, number of potential cases, 1. Facts and circumstances pursuant to Government Code 54956.9E. Not disclosed on agenda. Okay, so we will now convene to closed session and return at 6 p.m. for our study session. Thank you. leaders, and world-class colleges. As city To our joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And we are going to go straight into our study session this evening. And this evening, we will be receiving an update on the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project. So welcome to everyone here from the VTA that's joining us. And yes, go ahead, please. Oh, trying to get it to work. Let me
There we
try.
go. Got it.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here tonight for the VTA to do a presentation on the BART Silicon Valley Extension Phase 2 project. The VTA's been here a few times in the past to go through project updates. So they're going to go through the latest in regards to the station, go through some of the access questions that were posed in the past, as well as discuss Champions Way, which is the roadway in front of the BART station. So wanted to introduce the VTA team. We've got Bernice Alanese, Peter Sokoloff, and Gary Griggs, and Gary will come up here after me. He's the newest member of the team. He's the Chief BART Silicon Valley Program Officer. So he's responsible for all of it. Anyway, so they're going to go through their presentation. There'll be time for Q&A. We've got an hour slotted total for everything tonight. Hopefully we get done sooner, but we'll see how that goes. And with that, I'll turn it over to Gary to get it started.
Thank you, Director Mobeck. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore, council members, it's a pleasure to come before you tonight. I'm Gary Griggs. I'm the program officer for the Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension. I've recently joined VTA after a long career in the rail transit business and had the good fortune of working on quite a number of projects here in the Bay Area, including the light rail here in Santa Clara County and as well as most of the recent BART extensions. So I'm very pleased to be continuing forward on this project as part of VTA and working with you. I think you know this project has quite a significant implication to it in that the original vision of rail transit in the Bay Area is to have rail transit circle the Bay. And this is the final link of that vision that was actually created in the 1950s when the original planning study was done. So it's really great to be part of a program like that. I'd like to give you a brief introductory update on the program before turning it over to Bernice. Not sure how this works. There we go. So I think you're pretty familiar with the project overall, but basically 6-mile extension coming down from the Berryessa station. We have 5 miles of that 6 miles will be in a subway tunnel, and 1 mile at surface. We have 4 new BART stations. 3 of them are underground platforms with above ground entry, and then we have 1 ground platform here in Santa Clara. We also have the ventilation facilities, and then we have the Newhall yard and maintenance facility as well. A little bit about how we're working together with the team. We have quite a number of stakeholders that we're working with. The city of Santa Clara being a very critical one, many others here. We're leading it as VTA in a strong partnership with BART. We also have a program management team, a joint venture of HNTB and WSP with quite a number of specialty consultants, sub-consultants, and many of them women-owned, minority-owned, and small business. So we really want to emphasize that part of the program. We also have a general engineering consultant as well that's doing a lot of the engineering design, and that's a joint venture of Mott McDonald and PGH Wong, again, with quite a number of sub-consultants and small business and disadvantaged business enterprises. We're in the process of going out for a construction management procurement. That'll be going out fairly soon to help oversee the contract that we currently have underway. You probably have been seeing over the course of time, the contract we currently have is for the tunnel and track work with a joint venture of Kiewit, Shea, and Trailer. And one of the early phases of the project was we wanted to look at innovations that we could bring to effect improvements to the project. And one of the major innovations was to go from the stacked station configuration that we had in the original design to enlarging the tunnel a bit, working with BART in terms of the platform dimensions to where we're now able to go to side-by-side trackway with center platform. So a major improvement to the program overall. And we had quite a number of other innovations that were forthcoming from this as well. A little bit about FTA. They're obviously a very important partner to us in terms of the funding. We meet with them regularly on a monthly basis, and we also have them out here on a quarterly basis to take them on tours and meet with them to look at the project. Last December, we moved from the Federal Transit Administration program called Expedited Project Delivery to a program that's called the Capital Investment Grants New Start Program. And that was a major step to bring us into a more robust funding picture with the Federal Transit Administration. This gives you a little bit of an idea of how we're funding the program. And as I mentioned, the Federal Transit Administration is really our largest contributor to our funding. Based on the current estimate of $9.3 billion for the project, and we're undertaking a rebaselining of that and as well as schedule, but they will provide approximately 50% of the cost of the program. So we're really pleased, and that comes along with us going into the New Starts program. We also are very fortunate to have the measures here, Measure A and B, in the county that are contributing significant funding to us as well. And then we have the state and regional funding coming from a number of sources. We did just recently receive $375 million from the state through what's known as the TIRSA program. And we were actually hoping for a bit more than that, so we're working as well to see if we can garner some more funding from other sources or from the state itself to make sure that we have that full funding from the state. So we're very pleased to have this funding plan, and we're working very closely with the Federal Transit Administration, state and others to move forward overall with the program. A couple of things that I always like to emphasize in any presentation is that we also always have to keep a close eye on cost, schedule, and risk, the major drivers that we need to consider. And in the current economic environment, with inflation where it is, increasing interest rates, resource limitations, supply chain challenges, we're looking very closely at instituting ways of mitigating impacts that are having, that we're seeing on projects around the country, if not around the world. So we always have to keep focused on that as we make decisions in regard to the project overall. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Bernice Alaniz, our Manager of External Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Bernice.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some additional information on the project, and then I'll be handing it over to Peter Sokoloff, who will give you some details on some of the station refinements we've looked at. First, I wanted to share our 5-year look ahead. We're doing a 5-year look ahead because we are breaking this project into several contracts, and right now we've been primarily focusing on the tunnel and track work contract and the station refinement efforts that we have conducted on 3 of the stations previously, and now tonight we'll share some of the station refinements we're looking at for the Santa Clara station. We held a meeting last week at Santa Clara University to go over the construction transportation management plan proposed for some of the early works that will occur at the Santa Clara Station New Hall Yard, and had very good and positive feedback. So as you can see by this chart, we're starting some of those early construction this year, and we'll continue with some of the early construction works through 2025, and in the 2026 timeframe begin some of the heavier construction activities. So early construction activities, this is the work that we're beginning shortly. We are on the New Hall Yard, Santa Clara Station site. We will be constructing the access points to get into the station area, both for the employees to park their personal vehicles or work vehicles, as well as where the trucks and other hauling will occur at 2 points of the station. We will be starting the efforts to excavate for the future portal for the tunnel boring machine. We will be building facilities for a concrete plant, which will, they will actually manufacture and produce the tunnel lining as well as provide the grouting as the liners are prepared. And then once the tunnel boring machine arrives, they build it, they disassemble it, they ship it, and then we reassemble it on site. So those are some of the primary early construction works that will be happening here in Santa Clara at the Santa Clara Station Newhall site. So I wanted to give you a little progress. We met last May in 2022, and we had 12 items brought to our attention. Appreciated that feedback very much and wanted to give you some feedback on where we are related to those 12 items and some of the other strategies to respond to those. Sorry, I went one slide. Oh, there we go. So progress since May. We were asked to provide native trees and exterior lighting, and that we have checked the box on that. That will be incorporated into the project. Provide retail kiosk and restrooms. Those are now incorporated and part of the project. We performed a pedestrian flow study and are happy. We've shared it with Councilmember Jane and are happy to share that with anyone else who's interested in seeing that. And improve the passenger experience and access from the west side, and that's what we'll be really focusing on tonight, on what are some of the things we explored related to that. There are a couple of items that we are not able to accommodate in the project for some structural constraints, such as the green roof. It currently isn't feasible because of the solar system over the parking garage that we need to facilitate to make it solar ready. Also, there was a request to align the concourse with the gateway crossing, Paseo. And after studying and analyzing where the predominant number of passengers would come from and how we would line up the concourse, lining it up with the pedestrian bridge coming from the west side of the station, where people would come from Caltrain and the underpass, would not line up with that Paseo, and that was the predominant utilization. So we are lining up the pedestrian access from the east and west with that, and rather than the Paseo. There were some other items that were brought to our attention that, while extremely important, they would not be part of the current project, the federally approved project. And those were some things like looking at a major gateway to the city. So that could be included in the Santa Clara Station area specific plan. And there are some studies, I believe, that are planned to do that. Additional retail or mall-like facilities based on the station current design, that would not be a part of the current project. It could occur around the station area, but not part of this project. Potential standalone station area access study by the city, VTA and Caltrain. That would be looking at the Brokaw-Benton pedestrian bicycle connection and looking at escalators, elevators, or bike channels at the west end of the existing undercrossing that connects from the Santa Clara Caltrain station to Caltrain. So now I'm going to pass it over to Peter Sokoloff, and he is going to go over some of the station refinements.
Thank you. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, Bernice. Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Peter Sokoloff. I'm an architect who's been working on the design of the stations as part of this Phase 2 extension, including Santa Clara. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of what we've studied since we last met in May of last year. And basically, there's 3 different versions of the station that I'm going to show you. The first one is the baseline design, which I believe is similar to the configuration that you saw last May. It has an elevated concourse with a parking garage to the south. The second version is a variation of that, which also includes an underground concourse, which allows direct access from the Caltrain tunnel from the west side. And the third version also allows access from the Caltrain tunnel from the west side via escalator directly up to the concourse level. So each of these has different pros and cons, and we can kind of talk through each of them one by one. Just to put this into proper context and everyone get their orientation, the Santa Clara BART station is on the upper right of that image, directly underneath the Caltrain platforms, which are in green. There's a large parking garage, which is the south is the left side of the page and north is the right side. So the parking garage is just to the east of the platforms and south of the concourse, which is the dark blue color. And then there's a back of house facility north of that, which is purple. So those are the main kind of facilities that are part of this station. You can see the Gateway Crossings development and the Paseo that we mentioned, which is just to the east of Champions Way, sorry, on the image just below Champions Way. Oh, okay. The top one? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. That may come in handy. So that the big purple arrow there is just to show this is the main pedestrian access to the station from the city of Santa Clara. It goes through the undercrossing below the Caltrain platforms and trackways and comes to a landing, which is the green zone here. And from there, there's either a bike ramp, which takes you up towards Brokaw, or in the baseline design, there's also stairs and elevators, which take you up to the concourse level. This is a rendering or a view looking from Brokaw down Champions Way towards the entrance, the east entrance to the station, which has escalators and stairs and elevators which take you up to the concourse level. The concourse is where that canopy is located, and it takes you straight through to the fare gates and the entrance to the station. This also helps to explain it a little bit more clearly. This is a cutaway. So the reason why there's a raised concourse is because all of the Newhall Yard storage tracks and other facilities are located at the ground level close to Champions Way. So pedestrians or passengers are going up to a concourse level above that, passing through fare gates and coming back down to platform level on the west side. And through this, you can also see the existing pedestrian undercrossing that we're aligning the concourse with. That goes underneath the Caltrain tracks, and then pedestrians or passengers can either go up through the elevator or the stairs up to the concourse level through the fare gates and then to the platform. This is the view from that bicycle ramp. To the right is the undercrossing that goes over to Santa Clara and the Caltrain station. And then you can see in the foreground the elevators and the stairs that take you up, as well as a bike storage facility, which is just at the back. You can see it in green in this plan. So all of the vertical circulation elements are kind of highlighted here. The bicycle ramp that takes you over to Brokaw is in blue. The stairs and the elevators are shown in gold and purple. And then the bicycle parking is the area just to the left there, adjacent to the undercrossing. So subsequent to our meeting in May, we developed a configuration which included an underground concourse. So this is that same view from the bicycle ramp. In this configuration, there would be an entrance directly adjacent to the Caltrain tunnel where pedestrians could go in. They have to go down approximately 5 feet in order to get underneath all of the platform structure that's above them. And then there's a series of fare gates and an escalator and stair that take you up to the platform level. So this is a sort of cutaway view of that same entrance. So you can see from there you would go down through the fare gates and then up to the platform level. So the benefits of this are it is the most direct access from the Caltrain undercrossing to the platforms. It saves approximately 20 seconds in travel time for people making that journey. And the key considerations as we developed this further and got initial cost information back, there's the additional cost for the underground concourse, which is approximately $32 million. And then there's the ongoing operations and maintenance cost of having an additional station agent booth in order to keep security and supervision of that those new fare gates. So we also looked at another alternative option, which also improves access from the west. It includes adding a series of escalators and a new series of fare gates directly from this same undercrossing. So at the moment, you currently, or with the baseline design, you would go up the elevators to the concourse level or up the stairs to the concourse level. Here you would have the option to take escalators up to the concourse level, and also there's a series of fare gates directly at the top of the escalators which take you into the paid area, and then you go back down to the platform. So this is, adds a level of convenience. In terms of travel time, it doesn't necessarily improve travel time, but it does definitely improve both convenience and also the overall capacity of the station in terms of how many passengers can use it. So unlike the elevators, which people will end up waiting for elevators, the way that this deals with potential larger capacity in the future certainly benefits that. So this shows you again that travel, the passenger journey is shown in yellow here, the way that the passengers would go up to the concourse level and to the platform. And this is a view now looking from the top of that escalator, kind of looking down the concourse. So the stairs and elevators to the platform are on the right-hand side next to the arrow, and then on the left-hand side, those are the new fare gates and the escalators that would take you down directly to where the bicycle ramp is and the undercrossing. So this one, in addition to giving a new option for people traveling from the west and more convenient direct access through escalator rather than taking stairs, some of the main considerations to consider here is there's not a significant difference in travel time. As I mentioned, it's more a benefit to convenience and capacity. And this comes with a cost of $9 million for the additional cost of both the escalator and the canopy. And then I think that summarizes the three different configurations that we've explored. I'm just going to pass it back to Bernice.
Thank you.
So as we're getting ready to progress the design for the Santa Clara station, the team, in respect to the funding and the funding we still need to fill for the project, the $375 million that we're hoping to get from state funds to fill our current funding plan, we would like to move forward with the $9 million west side escalators. This does provide equal access from the east side and the west side. It also, if you're utilizing those stairs or the elevator from the west side, it gives you the opportunity to access those kiosks and services that we will be having. The elevated platform is kind of the hub of the station. That's where all the activity at the station will happen. That's where the fare gates are. That's where the ticket vending machines are. So we are wanting to move forward and wanted to share that with you on the $9 million to respond to the request to enhance the access from the west side. The next item I wanted to discuss was the Champions right-of-way. So just to give everyone some background on Champions Way, the designation. Currently, Champions Way has 4 different segments. A is the part that will be the front of the station, and that's where the gateway crossings. It's currently now a private roadway with public access. The section B is where the city fields is, and that's currently undesignated. Section C in the green is Coleman Highline, and that's a private area with emergency vehicle access. And then Section D is in the city of San Jose, and that is currently a public roadway. So the background on Champions Way was planned as a private street with public access easement to serve the Gateways Crossing and Coleman Highline developments. That was prior to it being identified as the main access for the Santa Clara BART station. So at the time, it provided the city with public with access to the maintenance and operation responsibility. And it was sufficient for the city's needs for these developments. But since then, as you all know, we have changed the location of the station and how people will be accessing that station. So what VTA is requesting is that Champions Way become a public right-of-way in the city of Santa Clara. VTA's funding requirement, this process we're going through with FTA, requires that we have unfettered access to the station, and by having it as a public street with it under the operations and maintenance of the city, we have much stronger reliance on that being unfettered access and not reliant on a private entity to maintain and operate that roadway. VTA and the city have met several times to discuss. We've looked at the long-term maintenance costs, the cost benefit, and initially we'll be looking for a council decision. So our current proposal, VTA and the city to enter into a cooperative agreement. VTA would reimburse the city for the maintenance costs for 30 years. VTA will grind and overlay all of Champions Way in Santa Clara upon completion of the BART project. So anything that's resulting from construction impacts, it would be made like fresh, new, ready to go. We will maintain the storm drain, sanitary sewer, stormwater treatment devices in Champions Way into perpetuity. The city would accept the public right-of-way designation for Champions Way and maintain and operate it into perpetuity. And then VTA will work directly with the property owner, Hunter Partners, to determine the requirements to dedicate Champions Way right-of-way to the city. And then we would bring that proposal and agreement to the city council for approval. These are our next steps overall on the project. Early construction activities, as I mentioned, in 2023. Based on the council feedback today, develop agreement between VTA and city for maintenance of Champions Way. Possible future city council actions, accept Champions Way for public road dedication, and approval of the cooperative agreement with VTA and city regarding Champions Way maintenance responsibilities and costs. And that's my last slide.
All right, thank you so much for that comprehensive report. I'm sure there's going to be some questions from the council, so we're going to go through each council member and they're going to list their questions, and then you can determine at the end who answers those questions. So if you want to keep track, and our staff will as well. All right, we're going to start with Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Bernice, Peter, and Gary. I was wondering, right now you're proposing putting the escalator on the west side. And so you have stairs going up this way and escalators going up this way. And I saw the fare gates were right at the top of the escalator. Where are the fare gates for the people going up the stairs? And do you need two sets of fare gates? The other question I had was that I know I went to the Santa Clara University presentation, and you talked about the excavation, the schedule for excavation and building the TBM. I was kind of hoping that you would present that today so that the council would be aware of what will be going on with the trucks and the design of the structure that will construct the lining sections. So I was just hoping that I would see that today. Thank you.
Other council questions? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. So I was listening to hear what is the fundamental gap in the funding right now. I think I heard 375 million. And I wondered if that included the 9 million. I will tell you, I like the idea of the escalator on the west side because we did say 31% at least of the traffic would be coming from that west side. And we hope to make this a really good connection between Caltrain, Amtrak, our bicycle, our bus system, the university, the residents, all of that. So what I'm also not clear on, you gave a place for the bicycles to park, but if I remember right, you can take a bike on BART. So I wanted to make certain that was clear, and I want to understand they would bring that up on the elevator, obviously not on the escalator. And I wanted to make certain that that was planned for. Thank you.
Any other council members? Okay, I don't see any. I had a couple of comments. One, or questions. You proposed that for the Champions Way that the city, VTA be responsible for, is it maintenance and repair of the Champions Way for 30 years? What is the magic? Why is that the number 30 years? And then would the city then be totally responsible after that? And then the second thing is there was an article today in the Mercury News. I know I did receive calls on that. Is BART really coming to Santa Clara? So the question is, can you address that? Because it talked about the ridership being substantially lower than was thought for the future, and how would that affect the overall funding for the project? I know that our community would like to hear at least something on that as well. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that you brought that up because I actually heard something on NPR yesterday about the concern about BART and actually and the ridership and the fact that I guess there's concern about safety. And so there was a proposal to hire additional staff to monitor the BART and, to ensure people feeling safe. But I wondered how that will affect the cost and who would essentially be responsible for that cost and making sure that people felt safe on the train. So to add that on to what you just brought up about the BART. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other comments or questions, so if you'd like to come forward and answer some of those questions.
Councilmember Jean, related to the escalators on the west side, where are the fare gates? So there are fare gates, right, as you say, right at the top of the escalator if you use that from the west side. For the other passengers coming up the elevator or the stairs, they come up to the point right where the escalators, there'll be another set of fare gates where the individuals coming from the east side will be coming from, so they would come through that set of fare gates, which is down on the elevated concourse a little ways. And Peter, I don't know, can we show it? Should we pull up the diagram so we can?
I can answer the two configuration questions, I guess, about the station layouts. Maybe that would be easiest. If we can go back in the slide deck to just the baseline, the baseline configuration. So I don't know, but if you just keep going back, I can tell you when to stop. Keep going, yeah. Oh, no, sorry. I think I've gone too far. Keep going forward again. If you go back one, I can answer some of the bicycle Just to note that there's also, at this intersection here, there's also a bicycle storage facility. So there's one here, and then if you go down Brokaw, there's a bicycle ramp which goes down. So you can ride your bike, through the Caltrain undercrossing and either go up via elevator or stairs up to, to ride BART, or if you want to just continue on your bike and go through, into San Jose or something, you can go on that bicycle ramp and then continue up Brokaw. So we have multiple options in terms of how people can get by bike either into the station or around, around the community. So that was one question. And then if you keep going forward, maybe stop on this one. Here you can see the elevators going up. What's behind the section cut in this image is the stairs. So both of the stairs and the elevators arrive at that upper concourse level in the unpaid area. So there's then a set of fare gates which would take you into the paid area from either of those vertical circulation options. And then the escalators that we've added, if you continue a couple slides forward, those go, because those are further to the south, keep going, and keep going, and to the next one, and the next one. Yeah, so this, you can see the escalators are going up to the right, so by the time you've reached the top there, you're in the paid zone, which is why we added a set of fare gates at that location. So there's a fare machine and a set of fare gates there which take you directly into the paid area. We also looked at some configurations which had a switchback escalator, which would go halfway up and then switch back, and you'd end up on the reverse side again of the fare gate, so you'd end up in the public unpaid area, which would save the fare gates an additional sort of complication of having another set of fare gates, but it also had then additional escalators, which often break down and have other issues associated with them. So I think both of those options are on the table, but we had a slight preference for this one in terms of where it took you and maintaining a very simple and intuitive path of travel.
Councilmember Jane, you have is it read?
Yeah, the problem is that when you add a set of fare gates, you're adding $500,000 a year of staffing costs.
Well, actually, these fare gates are within the line of sight of the existing station agent, so there's no added station agent.
Oh,
They can monitor both of them, even though they're looking, they're looking directly to their right at the current fare gates, and then these ones will be just behind them, but you can monitor all of them from the same
Okay, I
station
was
agent.
concerned
In
about
fact,
the cost.
They're closer than the ones at downtown or Diridon, where we also have just one station agent booth, two arrays of fare gates.
Good.
So, Councilmember Jane asked the question about the tunneling work and how we're going to be handling the construction impacts of that. We would like to come to you and show you a more detailed presentation of what we're doing with our construction tunnel management system. We do, and I really appreciate, we've been working very closely with you, Councilmember Jane, on what we're going to be doing with the excavated materials. And we're having really some good news there in terms of being able to use it, the majority of it, for the Bay Reclamation Program. We've been working with the resource agencies. So we'll be sending you a lot more information on that. But of all the projects, and I've done a lot of tunneling projects, I've never seen as good a solution here that is environmentally positive and sustainable and striving towards that environmental goal that we're achieving for the platinum gold. Maybe I'll also address, I believe it was, looking at my notes here, making sure I get the right ones. Did I answer your question, Councilmember Jane? And so we will come back to you with a more detailed explanation.
Yeah, I was just saying that the presentation you gave at Santa Clara University would benefit the rest of the council. Yeah.
We'll make sure and do that. There's also some concern that was raised, Councilmember Watanabe, about the NPR report. And it is a continuing concern throughout the country, around the world, quite frankly, in terms of ridership and what's going to be happening. But we are seeing some major recovery of ridership on systems around the world. For example, the Seattle system, which is quite extensive, is almost back to pre-pandemic levels. So I'm sure we're going to continue to see that type of improvement here. Safety is a major consideration. And one thing that BART is doing and will be doing is we're going to be putting in more secure fare gates so that it'll restrict access far more than what we currently have, where right now it's very easy to get by the fare gates. And that's one of the problems we're having with safety. And we will be paying for the operation and maintenance costs that BART will be doing as they operate and maintain the system. So if there are going to be some increased costs there, we have to be sensitive to that. But I really think that the fare gate is going to solve most of that problem in terms of access. Maybe I'll turn it back over to Bernice to talk a little bit about the ridership article from the Mercury News. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, if many of you read the Mercury News article about the ridership, I also encourage you, and I'd be happy to send the link to the blog we posted, because the Mercury News reporter was not completely accurate in his depiction. The ridership modeling that we submitted for part of our FTA New Starts application is used with a system called STOPS. It's a very kind of generic high-level modeling, and it does not include all of the trips that we included in our model. So it's not a comparison. They were trying to draw a correlation that application modeling showed a decline in ridership of 40%, but it is not the same type. That modeling is done to compare our project to other projects and how we would rate for our rating due to certain criteria in the New Starts process, but it does not reflect all of our trips. For instance, I'll give you an example, and it was mentioned but not really well in the article. The modeling that STOPS does not include special trips such as trips to San Jose State University or special events, things that might happen at Avaya Stadium. So the number is lower. And there was I think, an assumption by many that maybe it was reduced because of COVID. And we all know that COVID's had a significant impact on all of our lives and mobility and everything in public transportation, but that COVID was not factored into either model. And I just want to remind everyone that this is a long-term project to be put in place for decades to come. And so, yes, we are very aware that COVID's had some impact, and yes, safety and security are very much on the top of people's minds with public transportation, but we are looking into the far distant future of how we're going to change the way people move about and how they get from point A to point B. And as you see on this station, the development that will spur, and that people become less reliant on automobiles. So I hope that answers that.
I think I just wanted to say that there was just the concern about the funding based on those true or not numbers was the funding issue.
We actually got a medium to medium high ratings based on those. So that's what we need to qualify for the funding. So that ridership projection did not compromise our ability to obtain funding. I think the other question. Sure, you want to do that one for the 30 years?
Yep, sounds good.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mayor, you had a question about the paving, what was so magical about the 30 years. So there was a lot of discussion with the VTA at a staff level, also with City Manager Batra at the time and the VTA CEO, General Manager Carolyn Ganot. And so we discussed different approaches of, if the city would eventually take over maintenance, how would that happen? What really drove the 30 years is looking at maintenance roadways, specifically that roadway in front of the BART station was determined the 30 years is probably a point of, after that it would need some significant rehab and repair. And so that's why when we looked at all the maintenance going up through that first 30 years, it would be turned over to the city, redone for the city to maintain. And yes, you asked about who handles the costs afterwards. Under those scenarios, that first 30 years would be handled by the VTA, would be reimbursed, and then after that it would become a city maintenance.
Can I just clarify something you said? You said that it would be handed over to us in 30 years redone because
Yes.
So it's not going to need to be redone at 30 years, because I figured that was the lifespan of the road.
Yep.
So they'll redo it, and that'll all be in the agreements.
Yep, those were
Okay.
the discussions that we've had, yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all? I think that's all the questions. Councilmember Hardy, did you get yours answered? No, okay. Remind us of your question.
It was about I was wanting to be really clear on what your gap is right now and how that 9 million fit into that.
Right, based on our current funding plan to fund 9.3, the 375 million, that's what, we had an ask recently from the state TIRSIT program, and we got 375 versus the 750. So yes, for our current funding plan, we need to fill in that gap for 375 million. The 9 million, the funding plan is based on our base project. So looking at the project right now, we're looking at like actually value engineering as we're moving forward with other things to try to reduce overall project cost. And yes, you can take your bike up the elevators.
I might add one thing on the funding picture, and Councilmember Jane, we discussed that. We did get some good news from Washington that we had $150 million authorized in the president's budget for the BART Silicon Valley extension. But I just wanted to make it clear that's not an additional 150 million. That's an authorization out of our current anticipated funding from the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I don't see, Councilmember Jane?
I believe also the stairs will have the tracks for you to be able to roll your bike up along the stairs, right? That's a common way for people to take their bikes up. Is that correct?
Correct. The bicycle channels would be on all the stairs that we have for this station.
I have, thank you. Other comments, Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And I do have concerns about the budget. Like, I know the cost of construction in last 1 year has gone tremendously high. So are we within the manageable limit right now within $9.6 billion? Will we be able to complete the project? Or if not, what are our alternate sources of funding for that to complete the project? That's my first question. My second question is, at what phase are we going to build the Santa Clara station, basically? Like, you gave us the 5-year plan from 23 to 28. At what stage the construction at Santa Clara station for building this station will be implemented? That's my second. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Park, or Vice Mayor Park, to ask his questions before you answer those, because it sounds like there might be more questions.
Yes, I had some questions about if people are going to go from the west side to the east side, or east side to the west side, it's not clear to me. Like, I see the pictures, but I don't see a complete picture of where or how they do that. I think that would be a little bit clearer. I have a question about the escalator that takes you to the fair area, which is what happens, how big is that fair area? Because what happens if, like, there's a problem with the fare machines and, the escalator area gets backed up and people are on an escalator and escalator doesn't stop, right? Those are my concerns. I mean, I'm really concerned about bicycle throughways. I think that initially we had bicycles going up and then over and down. I see the additional area underneath, but I don't think that's a throughway. And then I don't know how they get across or around the north side, because that was a question before as well. Thank you.
All right, if you wouldn't mind answering those questions, and then we'll conclude this. Thank you.
So I wanted to address Councilmember Chahal's comment about the funding, and it's a big concern. We are in difficult economic times right now with the inflation, escalation of materials and labor, increasing interest rates and other factors. So we're looking at that very closely. We're going through a rebaselining right now with the Federal Transit Administration on both the cost and the schedule. If the costs were to increase, then we would have to look for additional sources of funding, especially through the federal and state resources. We're also looking at some what's known as P3 money, public-private investment. I've been working with Google in that regard because they have a development very close to where we're doing the Duridan Station. So we'll continue to look for additional sources of funding, align them as best we can with the uses of the funding, but we are very concerned about the current economic times. We have, in fact, in order to help try to mitigate that impact, have revisited the delivery program for the project and the contract packaging. Because up to now, we were looking at an approach to some of the other aspects of the program. Right now, the only contract we have out is for the tunnel and track work, which is the biggest contract of all. But we have other elements, the stations work, the yard and maintenance facility, and also the systems, the train control, traction power, communication, the other systems elements. That work we're currently designing in-house, so that allows us to control the costs very well. And we're looking at different delivery approaches that would help mitigate impacts of the current economic situation. But it is a concern.
And for Councilmember Park, first, if you could bring up slide 27. Just to answer the first question first about if the escalators aren't working or people get to the top and the fare gates aren't working, I just wanted to show that one of the views again that we have. So there is a significant area at the top of the escalators before you get to these fare gates. So if you see where the yellow arrow that's on the left there has a little kink in it, if you see where that is, that's kind of at the top of the escalators. There's quite a large refuge area there, so that when you get beyond that, there would be plenty of space for people to either turn around and go back down the escalator if the fare gates weren't working, or if there was some other issue. There's not like a crush situation there at the top of the escalators where you would be concerned about overcrowding or anything. So that was one question. I think you can see it best in that image, but I can also send you some further plans and dimensioned landing information if you would like after the meeting. And then I think if you go to first slide 17, I can try to explain how you get from east to west by bicycle. So there are multiple options as far as what you're wanting to do by bike. Sorry, I think it was the one directly after this, 17. Yep. So that area in green on the slide is a ramp. So from coming out of the undercrossing, you can actually, if you're not going into the station or the concourse area, you can stay on your bike and go up the ramp and then down Brokaw, and you can basically go straight through without having to go up or down any stairs, elevators, or otherwise. But if you want to go into the station with your bicycle, then you would either go up the stairs or the elevator from the bottom of the bottom of the undercrossing. If you go, I think it's slide 22. Any of these would do, but you can see the elevators that go up to the concourse level. You would either go by using those, or the stairs that are just on the left-hand side of this image also would have a rail, so you could bring your bicycle up the steps up to the concourse level. And then on the other side of the concourse, going back to Champions Way, there's the same set of stairs, elevators that you can use to go back down again. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to members of the public now that would like to speak on this issue. one. First, we have Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hello, audio working?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jonathan Evans. I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association and a member of the Santa Clara Community Working Group for the BART station. I want to say I appreciate that VTA thinks the west side is very important for connectivity. That's something that I think has been reiterated, and I guess that's also leading to them locating the station where it is as opposed to aligning with the Paseo. I did have some questions about that if we in the future decide that the tunnel that is there, which is already previous to the pre-pandemic could be crowded at times. If that were to be expanded in width or, to allow better bicycle and passenger connectivity across, does anything about the project as currently envisioned prevent the expansion of the tunnel? And the second kind of comment I had is I appreciate Mayor Gilmore's concern around the street. When we were talking with the developer and negotiating for community benefits, one of the benefits was the fact that the developer was maintaining the streets in perpetuity. I think it's unfortunate to see that VTA is suggesting that the city take over maintenance after 30 years. At a minimum, certainly that street needs to be repaired before, because I think it would be terrible if the city got the street just as it had to get fixed. But in reality, since that was a community benefit we expected from the developer, I would expect that VTA really should be considering taking over maintenance of that street, either in perpetuity or at least for the lifetime of the BART station. So that was a really important thing when we were looking at the development around there, and I think it's really important that we keep that in mind. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers. Do we have any? Maybe if you could answer, if you were able to answer the question about the tunnel. Is the project changed or affected if that tunnel is expanded? And I don't know if you're able to answer that right now. Maybe it's food for thought for later. But if you're able to, that's fine.
I can opine. I can't say whether
Money, no object. So
yeah, I guess again, and it's me speaking. But if
Right.
money were no object, rather than
Right.
widening the tunnel, I would propose putting a bridge that goes directly to the concourse from the other side, and then had stairs and elevators going down to Caltrain, so people were outside instead of in that sort of dark and enclosed undercrossing. But I don't think there's anything in the plan that would preclude widening of the undercrossing. The scheme as it sits would benefit from that, if anything, I think.
Well, thank you. And since we have no other public presentations, we're going to end this study session. But thank you, Bernice, Peter, Gary, all of you from VTA and our staff for giving us this presentation and update for the community. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming. We're going to have a 5-minute break, and then we're going to start our council meeting. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting and Stadium Authority joint meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, I'll read the announcements.
Sure.
AB 23, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that the use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have any registered lobbyists joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you may represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, well, actually evening. Good evening and welcome, everyone. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on now to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
No reportable action, Mayor.
And I want to note for the record that I did abstain on item 1B and 1C. Those are relating to 981 Fremont Street since I own property in closed session. I own property near those.
1B and 1C?
1B and 1C.
Thank you.
All right, continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I'm moving up item 9A after public presentations, the 4 written petitions.
I have one, Mayor.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I'd like to have a reconsideration of item 9 from last meeting, which is action on a resolution declaring city-owned property located at 2319 Gennaro Street as surplus land as required by state law. So that's a motion for reconsideration.
You need to say what the new information and the reasons are for that.
Believe that there is more fact-finding that I am doing, and I need to have that moment to do that. Thank you.
City Attorney, is that appropriate that he wants to do more fact-finding, or aren't you supposed to state, you have to state the new information or reasons that you're asking for reconsideration?
That's right. So the requirement is new evidence or facts not presented previously with regard to the item. So a brief statement of the reasons for the motion based on the new evidence or facts would be appropriate at this time without any extended discussion.
Okay. Well, that's why I thought we couldn't talk about it because it was to be placed on a future agenda. So I didn't know what I can and can't say on that line.
Right, so the requirement is simply, so the policy requires that the person making the request should state orally or in writing the reason for the request without dwelling on the specific details or setting forth various arguments. So if the motion is made based on a particular new fact or new evidence, a brief statement of that new fact or new evidence would be appropriate without any extended discussion on the point.
Okay, if I understand that correctly. So if I'm reading it possibly, so I guess the reasoning for city owning it, I guess that's my question. Because I'm a little confused at how I got to come up with a specific reason when I'm basically trying to.
Why are you trying to reconsider?
Because I would like to have a further discussion about it because I didn't get everything I wanted at that time. And so I thought that was an okay thing to do for a reconsideration.
I don't.
Because it says, of course, it says, discussed, let me make sure.
You can, council can.
Well, I have to
email
defer to
follows
the
up in terms of
attorney what is appropriate to make a
Decision on the surplus.
reconsideration.
As it's being explained now.
The city is not completely required.
As it's being explained now, that is not a sufficient reason under policy 042. But perhaps, I think that you can ask for some brief council comment here.
I thought you said no.
Well, I would like to have a brief council comment.
Very brief council comment, not any
Because
extended
I
discussion on
did
the
have a
merits of
discussion
the
about
item.
this with another
Simply on
council
the
member.
reconsideration
So I wanted to.
itself.
Well, usually when someone makes a reconsideration, they know why they're making the reconsideration. So.
Exactly. And for me, it was further fact-finding. But I have discussed this with another council member, so I wanted to bring this back because I felt that that's what I wanted to do, was further fact-finding.
Like what facts? Like what did you feel that you didn't receive? I mean, you got to give us more than just this.
Well, that's what I think the discussion is about, because I wanted to put it on a future agenda to have that discussion. And
So,
basically going back to, I guess it's the city's discretion as resulting in this obligation of negotiating in a good faith. So that's what I'm trying to get at,
so
I guess what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so.
So I'm trying to get the right words because I don't know what I can and can't say.
Right, okay, so the obligation to negotiate in good faith under the Surplus Lands Act, that there's some new issues relating to
The
that.
city attorney just gave you your reasons.
Yes, well, no. These are the specifics I was trying to get to. It's really hard to decipher something through an email when you're trying to read something very fast. So I'm trying to get to that particular point. So, and I think that's just, it's my prerogative as person who voted the last time too, so.
Is that sufficient for a reason that you've provided him? I mean, if it is, we'll vote on that.
It's sufficient. There is an issue, new fact, new evidence, further discussion that has come up since the time of the last meeting relating to the good faith negotiation aspect of the Surplus Lands Act. That was the basis for part of the decision making at the last time. So
Right.
that's
So
the basis.
you concur with her
Yes, I concur,
comments
'cause
as your comments?
It's a very long threaded email in the city email that I had to go find, but this is what I was trying to quote.
Okay, so I don't know what email. Did we all get this email?
No, this was a email between me and another council member, so I don't think that's illegal.
I didn't say that. I was
Okay, I was just
wondering
saying, just,
if we all
I don't
got
think it's a
the
problem.
email.
So.
All right, so there's a motion, right? City
May I-
attorney, we're okay with that? Is there a second?
Madam Mayor, may I repeat the motion into the record so I
Yes.
make sure I capture it?
Maybe you can ask the city attorney.
Yes.
what the motion is.
So a motion on the table is to reconsider item number 9 from the March 7th, 2023 meeting regarding action on a resolution declaring city-owned property located at 2319 Gianera Street as surplus land as required by state law, to further discuss new evidence relating to the good faith negotiations, and that's where I left it off.
Regarding the good faith negotiation obligation under the Surplus Lands Act.
Thank you.
I will second that.
Motion and a second. Is there any member of the public? This goes on a future agenda. It's not for discussion tonight. Yes, go ahead, please. Is it on? There we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've had a reconsideration happen before, and it was made very apparent at the time. There has to be a specific fact or reason that was divulged at that time and made public in order to actually reconsider something that was already agreed upon. And if this council was made aware of something, that my understanding from when I was doing this before was it had to be public and described on what that is, that someone said, hey, you know what? Yeah, they slipped an extra document in here or they took one out. But to have a fact-finding discussion doesn't seem like new evidence. It sounds like you're looking to get new evidence. It's not new information. And so it'd be nice if we knew what that was. It doesn't seem like it's a fair application of the law and that policy for reconsideration because, like I said, I've had this a couple times and I was told specifically you have to have a very specific reason that was not known ahead of time when you considered that positive action that you took. So it would be great if we could hear a little bit more before you vote on it and then maybe not vote on it as quick next time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park?
So again, I want to ask the city attorney. I did talk to the city attorney, who is currently out, about this issue.
So I can provide some information from the Office of the City Attorney.
I don't think we should have extended discussion on this at all. At city attorneys.
Simply with respect to the provision of sufficient facts and evidence for the motion, not the merits of the item itself. So just with regard to the new facts and evidence from the Office of the City Attorney, with respect to the comments and discussion at the last meeting, there was some question as to some nuance on what actions the City Council could take concurrently under the Surplus Lands Act. And the Office of the City Attorney wanted to ensure that that nuance was properly and fully conveyed to the council. And that difference is that when you are doing a good faith negotiation.
You're going into the details of all of this, which we should not be, I shouldn't have to tell you this.
It's just the facts.
We shouldn't be discussing this.
It's just the facts of the new evidence. It's just a question of what is necessary to satisfy the good faith negotiation obligation under the Surplus Lands Act in this particular item. That's the extent of it.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question regarding the vote. My understanding was that it was let's see, there was it was a 5-2 vote on the motion that was made that night. So to bring it back for reconsideration, my understanding is that it needs to be a person who was not on the prevailing side. It was a person who was on the other side.
On the prevailing
side. So there were two people that voted.
Councilmember Watanabe, before you go on,
Yes.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite, okay.
Those on the prevailing side are the only ones that can bring it back.
Okay.
At least make a motion.
Okay.
All right, concerned citizen? No? I don't see anyone. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. I actually would like to go ahead and start this off with requesting a public records request for any and all records for 2319 Genera Street. The public records should include who did you buy it from initially and how much and what money was used to purchase it, including realtor information for the first and second purchases. I did some research online and I noticed that there was someone who did live there in 2017. Also, what I found online that is public record is that it appears that you bought it and then it to yourself. So you rebought it from yourself. So I would like to see all of those documents. You can go ahead and fulfill that records request by posting it online. And I wanted to know, why are you rushing this sale, and why are you not showing all of these documents to the public and giving all of the correct information to the public? It really does appear suspicious. So I expect to see that records request in the next days. Or if you would like to speak to me about this particular records request, you can do it at the next council meeting. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I'm not going to support this. There was no information. There's no new information brought forward. I knew exactly what I voted on last time. I assumed the council members knew exactly what they voted on last time, and we're just wasting staff and everyone's time on this. When you have the maker of the motion that can't even tell you why he's making the motion, there's an issue here. So it's pure and simple. There's no new information. And we all should have known what we were voting on. But city clerk, vote, or how do we vote online now on our iPads?
So let me just set this up, and then you can begin.
We are switching over from a verbal vote to an iPad vote. So we'll see. This is our first attempt at this.
Mm-hmm. Register your votes. Did it come up on your screens?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, let's just go the old-fashioned way then.
Okay. We'll work on it.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. 5-2 passes. All right, we're moving on then to special order of business. So on a positive note, as our first special order of business this evening, I'm very excited to celebrate March as Women's History Month. Women's History Month was first recognized by Congress in 1987. Women's History Month has been a celebration of the many contributions of women towards our history, culture, and society. Tonight, the City of Santa Clara recognizes strong women in our city and throughout our community. We are excited to have the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, as all of you know as BOSSI, joining us this evening. BOSSI works to empower young girls to believe in themselves and improve their lives. With us this evening to accept the proclamation for Women's History Month is Jennifer Smith of the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative. So Jennifer, if you'd like to come to the podium, please. And I'm sorry, I know you as Coach Jen. This is Coach Jen. So welcome and thank you for coming this evening to accept our Women's History Month proclamation. So if you'd like to tell us a little bit about BOSSI.
Sure would. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, and thank you to the City Council members for honoring us in this really special way in this really special month. So because it's Women's History Month, I thought I'd share a little bit of history about BOSSI and our really unique and tight partnership with the City of Santa Clara. And basically, the news is we exist because of the many good people in Santa Clara who helped get our programming started. And so right about 2006, our very first BOSSI Girls program started at Pomeroy Elementary. And some of you may know that our founder, our intrepid founder, Marlene Bjornsrud, who was previously the general manager of the San Jose Cyber Rays, and she was also the assistant athletic director at Santa Clara University. And when the first iteration of women's professional soccer went down, up through the ashes rose this concept and this idea of female athletes getting all girls involved in sports. And so with that idea, Marlene went to her partner's principal. Her partner was working at Pomeroy, and she went to the principal and said, "Hey, we have this great idea. Would you trust us with your girls?" And he said, "Sure, come on, let's brainstorm." And so he sat down with Marlene, and he came up with the very first way of recruiting girls into the program. And he said, "I'm going to have an assembly. I'm going to get the girls excited. I'm going to hand out permission forms, and 3 days later, you guys start the program." And he said, "Would 25 girls be okay?" And she said, "Oh, yeah, that would be great." And so 2 days later, he called Marlene and he said, "Marlene, I have 93 forms and 18 girls standing outside the door who forgot their forms, and they're crying. What do you want me to do?" And she said, "We'll take them all." And so we started the program with 118 girls at Pomeroy Elementary. And we friend raised in women's garages to come up with equipment. We didn't have much of a curriculum, but we had a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of people getting involved and off the sidelines and into the game. And that's so important because we know that girls who play become women who lead. And we want that for everyone. So fast forward today, we are still in Santa Clara City. We're in your Santa Clara schools. We operate a Bossy Girls program at Scott Lane Elementary. And we have 2 programs that we're operating at Bracker Elementary and Pomeroy now for children with disabilities. So we're really excited to still be in this partnership with the city. And I just want to share a little bit of story about the impact and a little bit more with our Bossy Girls program. So in the pandemic, our numbers went down from 118. We did all of our programming online, but we had a handful of girls who needed connection, and they still logged in, and they still did our program with them, so much so that we had 2 girls in particular who begged to stay on for another 30 minutes after a full day of online school. And then online Bossy programming, they sat there because they wanted the connection with the Bossy coaches, and they wanted out of the isolation. And so we did. We stayed with them. And then this year we were greeted. We walked onto campus at Scott Lane, and our coach walked up, and a pack of boys approached her. And one of the boys had a very official, clipboard and a paper, and he said, would you sign our petition? And she said, "Well, yeah, what's this?" And he said, "We're petitioning the principal to make sure we have a Bossy Boys program." So when a pack of boys looks at a program longingly, we're doing something right. And we're doing that because of the people in the fine city of Santa Clara who helped us get there. So thank you very much for this recognition. It's a pleasure to be here with you all.
So thank you, Jennifer and Bossy, for bringing together the women's community to engage, inspire, and empower our young women who need it the most. So thank you so much. If you'd like to join us up here, I'd like to give you this proclamation with the City Council. Thank you. Okay. For the past few years, we have honored the importance of arts education in Santa Clara. This evening, we are honored to proclaim March as Youth Arts Month in the city of Santa Clara. Youth Arts Month began in 1961 to celebrate art education in schools. This evening, we have Arts Coordinator Sophia Fojas from the Santa Clara County Office of Education joining us on Zoom. Do we have Sophia online?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Sophia.
Hello.
I'd like to turn the floor over to you to speak more about the importance of art education, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and members of the Santa Clara City Council for your support of arts education in our schools by presenting the Youth Arts Month proclamation tonight. My name is Sophia Fojas, and as the arts coordinator for the Santa Clara County Office of Education, I lead Artspiration, SCCOE's arts initiative that began in 2007. In my role, I support districts implementing a comprehensive arts education, co-manage the Arts Ed Connect grant to teachers with SV Creates, co-present the Marion Silker for Arts and Education Conference in partnership with San Jose State, and conduct the Young Artist Showcase, which houses the largest collection of youth arts of any county office in the state. As you said, Youth Arts Month began in 1961 by the National Art Education Association to recognize art as a critical part of a well-rounded child's education. Encouragement and commitment to the arts by students, community organizations, businesses, governmental agencies, and individuals was the goal of this initiative. Now, in 2023, research shows us the power of the arts in developing a path to creative self-expression, instilling a sense of belonging, and developing perseverance through adversity. The positive effects of arts participation in schools are seen in increased attendance, higher academic achievement, greater self-confidence, and believe it or not, higher civic engagement. We need what the arts and creativity bring now more than ever: joy, creativity, and connection for each and every child and each and every educator in our schools. On behalf of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and as the child myself who learned the violin in the 4th grade and then went on to become a music teacher in the public schools, thank you for recognizing March as Youth Arts Month in the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you, Sophia, for joining us virtually and inspiring young artists in our community. We'd like to present you with this proclamation to the Santa Clara County Office of Education. We'll make sure that we send this to you to thank you for all your efforts in advocating, empowering, and supporting arts education in our schools in Santa Clara and throughout the county of Santa Clara. So thank you so much for joining us, and we will make sure that you get this. Thank you, Sophia. Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Fojas. I know a lot of people don't know this, but in 2007, I volunteered at the Santa Clara County Office of Education as a resident representative of the Pepper Tree neighborhood. In fact, it was one of the things I did after moving here, buying a house, and deciding that I wanted to understand the city around me. I volunteered for the Arts and Education Initiative, which became the Artspiration program. Met a lot of people there. That's actually how I got my start teaching in college. I met a lot of people on this program, on this initiative, that we worked together, and we've kept in touch ever since that time. But I would like to say that working with the Santa Clara County Office of Education is where I got my real first taste of working with public agencies for something that I believed in, and it was a very worthwhile thing, and I was so happy to see it. It was an initiative that was not funded. To see it get funded as the Artspiration program was kind of amazing. And when I look back, I saw in the original programs, it says Kevin Park, a resident of Pepper Tree neighborhood, not of any organization. And I think that's one of the things I'm most proud of that I didn't think anyone would ever hear about. But thank you very much for that.
Thanks again, Sophia, if you're still on. Not sure. All right. Next, we have a special order of business. Cultural Commission Chair Candida Diaz will provide the City Council with project updates and give us an overview of what we can expect from the Cultural Commission in 2023, and we're excited to hear all about it. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and the rest of the City Council for having us here. My name is Candida Diaz, and I am the chair of the Cultural Commission. I have a fellow commissioner here, Jonathan Marinara, with me. I think we have our vice chair, Commissioner Samara. He's attending remotely right now.
Is Lewis on?
Yeah, oh, perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you a little bit about our work plan goals for this upcoming year. So our first goal is to host and enhance multicultural events that encourage and acquaint Santa Clara residents with cultural diversity. Also to develop and encourage interactive art opportunities that provide temporary performing, cultural, and public art in the city. Next, to raise the visibility of our commemorative months. To enhance communication and social media strategies, and then finally to prepare for the citywide art master plan process. And can we go back for just a quick second? I don't know who's advancing. I'm sorry. There are the photos of the rest of the commissioners here, Commissioner Samara, Commissioner Von Hune, Commissioner McNamara, myself, Commissioner Marinaro, and Commissioner Sundaram. Thank you. So just want to give you an update as to how our events went last year. Our 2022 events were a great success. Our Concerts in the Park series started off in July with the Hitman at Central Park. And for that particular concert, we had about our largest attendance, about 800 people in attendance at that first concert. The rest of our concerts, two more at Central Park and one at Live Oak Park in North Santa Clara. So we had at each of those about 500 people in attendance. It was a lot of fun. So that was great to see. Also, our street dance in August with Pop Fiction was a great success. It was very well attended this year. We're with just over 3,000 people in attendance at that street dance. Thank you. This past year was the first time that we were able to secure sponsorships to help recover the costs of producing the concerts and the street dance. We had 3 sponsors, corporate sponsors last year. So we had Patelco, SUFQ, the credit union, and Row House. And the sponsorship opportunities will continue with our 2023 concerts, the concert series, and with the street dance. And the packages are available on our website, the santaclaraca.gov/cultural commission. Our utility box program is continuing. Last year it was fabulous. Our theme was, while acknowledging that we are slowly emerging from a pandemic, noting the rich history and diverse population that makes up our city, the possibilities for designs are endless. So we hosted an initial call for artists. 6 boxes were identified, 1 in each council district. So I'd like to show you the artists and their art next. In District 1, the artist was Helen Kong, and her art is named Our Houses by the Bay, and that is on the corner of Agnew and Sunfire Way there, right in front of the fire station. And the firemen actually fire people, I don't know what the correct, firefighters, excellent, thank you. The firefighters were coming out of the firehouse and remarking how they loved the design and how perfectly matched the color scheme of the firehouse. So it's really pretty, you have to drive by and take a look at that. The next one in District 2, the artist is Stephanie Pilgrim. Her art is called Beyond Your Imagination, and it's on the corner of Bowers and Cabrillo in Santa Clara. And that one is very vibrant, it's beautiful. The next one is in District 3, and that art is called Bloom Like a Flower, and the artist is Giada Conte, and that's on the corner of Bowers and Warburton. The next is District 4, and I'm sorry, there was an incorrect artist name. Her name is Jida Tanisha, and her art is called We Are In It Together, and it's on the corner of Benton and Pomeroy. And then in District 5, the artist is Sarabi Ahuja. The box is located on the corner of Scott and Anna, right kind of in the entrance to the Target and Mission City Grill right there. District 5, and that one, the art is called The Tree of Life. And then finally, in District 6, the artist's name is Lonnie Fullerton. It's on the corner of Saratoga and Los Padres across from Henry Schmidt Park. And that art is called Renewal of Community and Learning. Thank you. So another thing that we host during the year is the Halloween Home Decorating Contest, which is a lot of fun. Again, we have submissions submitted from the community. One winner is selected per council district, along with one citywide, what we call the best of the best winner. And the best of the best winner for 2022 was at 800 Keith Lane. After we complete that voting and published all of the submissions, that goes into a Google map, and it's posted on the website so that community members may drive by and take a look at their wonderful decorations. The same, we do it for the holidays. So we have our holiday home decorating contest, one winner selected per council district, along with one citywide best of the best winner. And this year, the best of the best was located at 2133 Hoover Court. And going along with our goals for the commission, we do try to promote our commemorative months. And in doing so, we have published or been publishing every month a coloring page. And that gets pushed out onto our commission Facebook page, also onto the website. We encourage community members to have fun, to color them in, to share them with us on social media. So here are just a couple of submissions that have been submitted to us, and we've again shared those on our social media pages. So that's been a lot of fun, celebrating what makes Santa Clara so special. We also are in the process of commissioning another artist to do a new design, so we can again continue with promoting our commemorative months going forward. The fun stuff for next year, we have published or selected our dates for the Concerts in the Park series and also for the street dance. So we this year are going to have 3 concerts in the park at Central Park, and we will hold 2 in at Live Oak Park in the north side. And then on August 4th, we are looking forward to our annual street dance at Franklin Square. So I'd like to thank you very much for allowing us to come and present to the City Council. We thank you for your support, and we are available for any questions. I'd also like to take this opportunity because we do require a lot of help from our city staff, our city liaisons, and one is right here. So we'd like to thank Kim Castro, Susan Diotti, and Tyler Freitas for all of their help and support, because we really couldn't do it without their help. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I attended, I believe, almost every street dance and dance everywhere, and I can attest to the fact that you all were there, and there was so many people there having so much fun, and I'm sure I ate a hot dog at every event.
Yes.
Where I get my fill of hot dogs. But thank you for what you're doing. I think, getting more sponsors is great. I made sure to thank all the sponsors every time I went, and getting, them involved in the community is better for us as a city. So continue that, and the food options are really good, because food and drink, people love to dance, and not alcohol, but I don't think there's alcohol allowed, at least legally, right? So it's just such a fun events that I'm hoping we get to the point where we can do more of them.
Yes,
because cultural celebrations and other things that we can do in town. But thank you to the commission, because you're spearheading all of this, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but the community really appreciates it, everything you've done. So I would just want to give you my heartfelt thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Have a good evening.
Councilmember Becker, there's a couple of comments.
You have a question? Yeah.
No question, just comments. Thank you guys for everything you do. I mean, the holiday contest between Halloween and Christmas time, that right there, everybody loves it. It is something that really makes, I think, all the children in our area happy, because when I was a little kid, we used to go around neighborhoods. My dad didn't believe in putting lights on the house. He believed around going to other neighborhoods and looking at them. So seeing that, it gives a lot of kids inspiration, especially to kids who live in apartments. So I really appreciate you guys doing all that. And I got to say, walking neighborhoods this last year was incredible to see how many people were doing their decorations decorations and how much dedication they put into it. But I also got to say thank you for all the concerts that you guys put on. Those are great. I do agree with the mayor. I think maybe we might have a council dancing break-dancing competition here. Maybe that might be coming up here pretty soon. But one of the things I did like was the utility boxes. You guys did a great job with those. And the one that you did in District 6, I think is really heartfelt because the people who lived on that corner went through a really hard time in the last couple of years after their fire. So seeing that you brought that there and that little bit of color, I think that just warms everybody's heart. And so thank you for doing that for them too.
And the homeowners were really appreciative. They actually did come out and speak to the artist, and they really enjoyed and liked having that utility box on the corner.
That's great. Gives a little light, a ray of hope. So thank you guys so much for what you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Candy. Thank you, Jonathan, for all you do with the Cultural Commission. And I'm so excited to see that there will now be 2 concerts in Live Oak Park in the north side, because they are well-attended events, and there have been great food trucks and Howie the hot dog dude out there too. So it's definitely a great event that people look forward to, and just gets people out out in the open space again. It's just a good feeling. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have verbal report update from Assistant Director of Water and Sewer regarding the local drought emergency. Please come forward. These reports have become much more interesting now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes, and I know you are all curious to know when is the drought is getting over.
Exactly. We get asked that all the time.
Exactly,
Yes.
right. And I will have that thing in my report today, for sure. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. Shilpa Mehta, Assistant Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. So this update on the drought is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. Thank you. So this slide, shows that the U.S. Drought Monitor, as of March 14, shows that the Santa Clara County is out of drought. And California is 55% of the California is abnormally dry, and 36% moderate, and 8% on severe drought, and none for the extreme or exceptional drought, so which is a very good news for us. We are continuing looking at our drought emergency action to be in alignment with our state, our suppliers, Santa Clara Valley Water District, and also San Francisco Public Utility Commission. So state has not lifted the drought emergency yet, and neither did Valley Water or San Francisco Public Utility Commission. However, in my discussion with San Francisco Public Utility Commissions, they are planning to look at it in mid-April, and the state is also planning to lift the drought based on the current scenario end of April. Valley Water is still looking into it and assessing their condition right now, and may have something coming up end of April or in May or June. Thank you. So this slide shows our reservoir levels, which we expected it. You can see the Shasta is 76%, which is much more substantially more than the January level, and so is San Luis Reservoir is substantially high compared to their level and their capacity during January. The groundwater recharge for the calendar year 2022 is normal, but the calendar year 2023, we are looking at the projection of 125% of the normal. The state water project allocation is also increased to 35%. The city cumulative water saving is 21.2% compared to year 2013, 5.8% compared to year 2019, and 7% compared to 2020. The month of January showed 11% saving compared to January 2013. Although the water use is increased in the month of January over 3% compared to both January 2019 and January 2020. The staff continues to coordinate drought awareness efforts and attend regular meetings with Santa Clara Valley Water District, San Francisco Public Utility Commission, and also Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. This slide shows the drought trend of past 50 years in the state of California. And as you can see, most of the years are in drought. 21 of the past 50 years are in drought, and 8 out of the past 10 years are also in drought. And the drought more likely is going to continue based on this scenario that we can see it in past 50 years. And therefore, we, as our department and the city, continue to do the public outreach. And as you must have noticed it, some of the public outreach that we have been doing it, that we have done the water and sewer newsletter. We have provided the bill inserts. The City Hall News provided the information regarding our 2 projects at City Hall where we converted the lawn to the drought-tolerant plants. The landscape rebate program also continues, and in discussion with Valley Water, we will be continuing it till the end of this fiscal year, and in the next fiscal year too. So we also have some of the BASCA classes. The registration information is available on our website too. The 2 of these classes, the last month class was Rain Gardens, which was just done last week. And in the month of April, we are looking at nearly no water native garden class available through BASCA. We are also participating in the Earth Day and Arbor Day that is happening on April 27th at Central Park Pavilion from 10 to 2. Water and Sewerage Department is also hosting the water conservation BASCA classes, one during the month of March to June, one each month. And we encourage our residents and businesses to visit our water conservation webpage, which is www.santaclaraca.gov, Save Our Waters, for rebates and effective strategies for indoor and outdoor conservation measures. This concludes my report, Mayor, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Well, I've joked that whoever prayed for rain, they did a good job. They can stop now. But you went over it. I know this, but I want to make certain it's really clear to everyone that the lawn conversion program is continuing. We still have, if I remember right,
money budgeted for it,
yes.
And yes, and we are, supporting Valley Water, and in continuous in partnership with Valley Water, that program still continues.
Yes, and we have many succulent plants that do really well, drought or rain, and we want to see those conversions still occur so that we're using our water correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. I know many people who have taken advantage of that program, and really their front yards look great and they love it. So thank you for providing that. And can you just repeat what day Arbor Day was at Central Park?
April 27th.
April 27th.
Right, at the Central Park Pavilion, Thursday, 10 to 2.
10 to 2. So it's in person this year.
Yes, yes.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for the report. Oh, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Shilpa, thank you for the report. How's the rain barrel program going? I hope they've all been claimed. Are people still?
Yes, of course, it's up. I don't have the number with me, but it is definitely up compared to last year. So I'll have that number next time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Our next item on the agenda is consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Does anyone have an item? Councilmember Becker?
I have no items, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion for approve the consent calendar.
Councilmember Chahal? All right, while you're waiting, oh, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I would like to pull item number 4H, which is information report on traffic calming study criteria related to 85th percentile speed and traffic volumes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pull item 5A, which is the Stadium Authority Quarterly Report. Anyone else on the council? All right, members of the public, Kurt, go ahead, please. For consent calendar.
I submitted a card for 4A and 4B, please.
Okay. 4A, and can you tell me what those are, just so the public knows?
It's 23-405. It's action on minutes for the November 16th special council meeting, the November 30th, and a couple others. And then 4B is the board and commission's meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second for the balance. So the items that are pulled are 4H, 5A, 4A, and 4B.
There wasn't a second, but I will second the motion for the consent.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. All right, next we have public presentations. If anybody has a public presentations, yes, please come forward.
Hi. I'll start out, there was an article written about the hot dog dude up there in North Santa Clara. That's me. And first off, out of the bat, I get a comment. That is nice. You wrote an article about this guy. But he comes across as loony at city council meetings, always getting into the city council members. He's under the spell of the pizza guy. Really. I don't know who said it, because they don't say their name. They make up a phrase, but they're gutless to say their name, just a name. But telling me also I should stop beating up on you guys. I got news for this person. They haven't been watching me for a long time. I never came here until 8 years ago, and I beat up on a mayor of the city. I was done dirty behind back doors. That's why I'm in the hot dog business. I make it the best there is. I was done dirty by mayor and city council. That's why when I see stuff being done behind back doors, I say something. And I will keep on saying something, whether you like it or you don't, whether your minions like it or they don't. It's all fair game. You can say anything to me you want. I know in the council room we have to respect each other, and it should be respected. I've seen a lot of stuff. I could go off saying bad words right now. That's a lot of bad stuff. You guys need to learn to work together. Don't do deals in the back room. Think of your voter person, that person who's out there busting their butt to earn a living, to stay in this city, to be able to vote for you. It's a lot of hard work. I don't know who this person is. I invited him here. That way he can tell me. And he says I'm under the spell of the pizza guy. I'm under the spell of one person, and only have been, is my wife of 38 years that I love very much. That is the only person that ever get a spell on me. And she can't shut me up either. I have my First Amendment right. I will use it full extent. I want to give a shout out to Congressman Ro Khanna for standing up to the First Amendment recently. He's a man who stood up for the people to have this. So I speak from the heart. It is my truth. You may like it or you may not like it, but it's from my heart. Thank you very much for your time. I would go into more, but we're out of time. And like always, thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to show a couple quick videos from the October 8th, 2022 Council special meeting.
Can point out in June 7th, 2022, and in 21, the 21st of June, 2022, where the mayor herself lied about the DARE program and this council canceling a program that we have no purview over, was corrected by staff twice, and then immediately lied again about this council canceling the DARE program. I think that when you've got these kinds of actions, I understand completely why you think other people can't do this. Make accusations. That's why they're done. It's really easy to lie, and that's why people do lie. I mean, lying, even if they're like easily disprovable, that's strategy. I mean, the point is nobody actually looks at who was put in jail for a crime. All people are bringing up is the accusations, and I think that we need to look beyond just these accusations. I mean.
So I bring these up as an example here. When I heard that, I wasn't familiar with with the accusations being mentioned by Councilmember Park. So I sent him an email. I sent it to his personal address. I have two of them because, again, he's in my contact list as we go back almost 2 decades. And I didn't hear back from him, and I realized I should send to his Santa Clara address, which I did the next day. And you can see here is my next, I just forwarded to him, said, sorry, I realized I sent it to your personal address. Still did not hear anything. So now we're on to October 23rd. We jump over to October 28th, and I actually do a PRA because I can't get any information about what was just said. I'm just trying to find out the details around this. If there's something that happened, I'd just like to know. I do know that when I sent this out, city staff responded that Councilmember Park had no reportable data. He had nothing. He was reading off of something, but there's no reportable content that was actually made available to the city and, in essence, to this Public Records Act request. So that's what I had asked for. I asked for it months ago. So we fast forward now to January 31st of this year. I sent a message out to this entire council and said, hey, can you just please help here? First I sent it to the council member again, and then copied the mayor. Still nothing, and I do know that Councilmember Park received this because I got a read receipt from him the next day. You can see that on February 1st. And still no response from the vice mayor at this point. So I then go to send a message to the entire council and said, can you just please encourage someone to just respond to my email? I don't think I'm being disrespectful in it. I'm just saying I would like to know what is going on with the data that you've alleged and the information that you said, because as you said, it's easy to accuse people of things and to lie about things. So to that effect.
Point out in June 7th, 2022, and in 21, the 21st of June, 2022.
The mayor
actually looks at who was put in jail for a crime. All people are bringing up is the accusations. And I think that we need to look beyond just these accusations. I mean,
and I would agree, we do need to look beyond accusations. We have to present facts and data. And that's really all I was looking for. I wasn't trying to turn this into a big thing, but I made the request within days. I even went to the council member directly and asked him, and he said he'd immediately respond to that the next day, right away. Crickets. I'm just looking for a little bit of respect, multiple emails, and a response. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move the item that I moved up for the evening, which was for item number 9, action on 4 written petitions, Council Policy 030, submitted by Lee Brofman, Larry McCullough, Debbie Triforos, and Scott Filler, each requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to discuss the behavior of Councilmember Park at the February 7th, 2023 council meeting. So I don't know who is online.
We've got Debbie Triforos and Scott Filler with their hands up right now.
Okay, so, all right. Debbie, go ahead, Debbie.
Sorry. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Debbie Triforos, and I'm speaking as a lifelong resident of Santa Clara. I will address the entire council as you are the people who will vote to hold Councilman Park accountable for his actions on the 7th of February. Councilman Park is an embarrassment to this city. He is condescending, rude, and undeserving of his position. Council members are held to a high standard, or they used to be in the city of Santa Clara. His actions on that date are not actions of a city representative, and they need to be acknowledged and appropriate action taken. I have to wonder if he hadn't been sitting in the mayor's chair that night, if he would have pulled the stunt he did. He waited until the end of a long council meeting, knowing very few citizens were still tuned in. His comments were directed to Kirk Vartan as he was the only person in the chambers, and he was mentioned as special counsel to the mayor. This title really gets under the thin skins of Becker and Park. Your actions were egregious and inappropriate. You owe Kirk an apology and the residents that voted for you. As for the rest of the council members who were there that evening, you are complicit in his actions if you do not vote to put this item on an agenda. Now is your chance to show us that you are not a pact of five. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Scott Fuller. I'm a resident of Santa Clara since 2004, and I really love being here in Santa Clara. I'm here in support of my petition to place an agenda item on future council meeting to discuss Vice Mayor Park's behavior on the February 7th council meeting. I'd respectfully refer everybody to the episode 20 of Public Trust Review on YouTube for a video summary. I think it's easier for everybody to just watch it versus hearing a third party explain what they saw. But basically, from my side, I think if this is the behavior that we're expecting from the city council when residents come forward to bring issues forward that are important for them, it creates a chilling effect. And given this behavior that I've witnessed, I myself am worried. Will I be the next person targeted or ridiculed? For bringing this request forward. So in a sense, I'm also speaking to the rest of the council. Is this the way that you want to treat the residents who voted for you? Should the council not hold every person in, every member of the council to good government guidance principles, including treating everyone equitably and respectfully? So, what will the council do when council members blatantly go against this? That's what I'd like to hear and why I'm raising this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
Okay. This is Lee Hoffman. I have brought the item forward after watching the videos and actually being at the meeting on the 7th. It was absolutely, I've never seen anything like it. Attacking citizens that come forward that I don't exactly agree with you. That's egregious behavior. And this time, I know I've come forward with things before, and somehow it just didn't get your attention. Please do something this time.
Thank you. That's all online? Anyone here in the audience, please come forward if you'd like to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have just the two videos to refresh on what this is a reference to, just so that people who didn't actually see it would be able to see it without any editing. One and then two. These are the council feeds.
And I really like that. I also note that there were a lot of book events at elementary schools.
That's number 2. The first one's a short one. Thank you.
Should buzz. You should buzz. Thank you very much. Special advisor to the mayor. I feel very special.
And then the next one. Thank you, sir.
And I really like that. I also note that there were a lot of book events at elementary schools, and I see that the special advisor to the mayor is here. I really appreciated the thought that you put in to getting books for the council members. Well, not to the people in particular, but to the seats. And I found a book that I thought would entertain the position of special advisor to the mayor, both now and whoever may take the role in the future. It's a book it's originally called All My Friends Are Dead, but that seemed a little dark, so I changed it. I have all these Post-it notes. It says, All My Friends Are Termed Out. And I thought that this would be good. You see, it says, it's kind of fun. It starts with, All my friends are termed out. 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 Most of my friends are termed out. What? Oh, now all my friends are termed out. And all my friends are end tables. I mean, that's a tree talking. So I would like to keep this for the office of special advisor to the mayor. I don't know if there's no other reports. Then I'll take this to the city manager executive director reports. Tentative meeting agenda calendar, TMAC.
Thank you. And I left a little bit at the end to say the TMAC, because the TMAC is literally the last thing that goes on an agenda meeting, just so you can see when it was actually said. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the petitions that have been filed. I have spoken about this issue previously, and so I just want to go ahead and make a motion for an action on the 4 written petitions submitted by Lee Brofman, Larry McCullough, Debbie Triforos, and Scott Filler, each requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to discuss the behavior of Councilmember Park at the February 7th, 2023 council meeting.
Is there a second? Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I sort of question the purpose of these requests to reprimand or censor. I'm looking at these requests, and they said, I believe he should be reprimanded or censored. And somehow the council got broken when there was a censure request of Pat Kolstad and Patty Mahan, when they decided that they weren't going to appoint somebody to the city council in 2018. And as most people know, the meeting went late. And the council majority that night expressed their displeasure at what happened. In fact, I believe the city attorney expressed his displeasure that night, which I don't know why he did that. In any case, so that there was a vote, and that happened. And then there was an event that Councilmember Watanabe organized on Asian hate. And at that time, Kevin Park wanted to speak at that event, and he was denied. So then there was a 030 petition by Ms. Gupta to censure Kathy Watanabe and Lisa Gilmore, and admonish Lisa Gilmore. So what happened was there was a meeting on September 28th, and the vote to censure Councilmember Watanabe was 4-3. I was opposed to that censure. The vote for admonishing Mayor Gilmore was 4-3. I was opposed to that. And I thought, well, you know, we should not have this divisiveness on our council. Maybe my vote would increase some goodwill on the council. Well, that doesn't seem to have happened. You know, I continually greet Councilmember Watanabe when I see her. And in fact, this evening, before this council meeting, I was standing in the hallway with Councilmember Hardy and Gary Ferraris, and Councilmember Watanabe walked by. I said, "Hello, Kathy." She completely ignored me. And that is the sense of the rest of the majority of this council. That is how they are treated and have been treated for years by some of their fellow council members. So what happened was, before the censure vote of Councilmember Watanabe, she had a meeting with all the council members, and so I met with her. It's actually the only meeting that I've had with her. And I expressed that I felt that she didn't like me. You know what her response was? "Well, you never should have run against me."
Is this on this topic? May I just interrupt?
My point is that these censure votes don't do anything. It didn't change anyone's behavior. It's a waste of time. And that's why I don't believe that these exercises, there's no consequences. There were no consequences to the mayor and to Councilmember Watanabe when they were censured. They continued to act as they always had. So we can go through this exercise if we want to go through it, but I just don't see what will change. So,
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I won't be supporting this because, ironically, you know, when you think and you read the details, specific individuals are behind this petition or involved with specific individuals on this council when they were running for office. It's a fact. And it seems to be like it consistently, over and over again, it's the same repetitive thing that if someone doesn't get their way, they send 3, 4, 5 people to file petitions because they didn't get their way. The thing is that, you know, I think Councilmember Jane summed it up perfectly. You know, there was things taken to basically try to improve people's behavior. It didn't help, it just made it worse. In fact, since we've been on this city council, consistently there's an agenda or a narrative to consistently try to get us off of this council, consistently try to accuse us of wrongdoing. And I know that someone mentioned that we do have thin skin, but I find it very funny because when we do correct the errors or the misjudgment or misinformation that individuals are providing us, they turn around and they say, "God, you have such a thin skin." Ain't it funny that it's kind of like nihilism, you know, like, hey, let's go say whatever we want. We don't care. We just want to destroy the nature of these meetings. And seeing that what happened since that, you know, censure, there's been incidences that have happened since then. Incidences that have happened that I was accused of bad behavior, physical, verbal behavior. And then funny thing, an HR report comes out and basically says, I didn't do any of that. So until we start holding other people responsible for their bad behavior, I don't see anything in this. Because frankly, Councilmember Park didn't even call out a specific name. He called out the special advisor to the mayor, because it seems like that's a special role. And if you actually go on LinkedIn, it's a little surprised when you search that name and you find that connection that says special advisor to the mayor. So I know there's a lot of questions out there about that. But I can't support something because this is just continually politics over and over again since I have been elected. Consistently lying to grand juries about incidences that have happened, that we are in the pocket of the 49ers, things like this, these small, tiny little lies end up becoming giant lies that then we have to defend ourselves. And when we defend ourselves, you all tell us we have a thin skin. It's not the fact. That's not the fact. Seeing this petition is highly political. One of the members was the treasurer of the mayor at the last election. One of the members was a campaign manager for one of these council candidates. It's just, I find it very ironic that it comes in these pairs and that it comes so often when we don't agree. So I am not going to support this because I'm tired of the politics. I'm tired of the divisiveness, and I try to do everything on my part, and Councilmember Jane is right. I say hello to Councilmember Watanabe. I say hello to other people on this council, and I never get a hello back. I give a lot of credit to Mayor Gilmore. She does say hello to me. We may not agree, but we have a relationship where, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Anthony. Simple, respectful relationship. And so I don't get that with Councilmember Watanabe, as Councilmember Jane mentioned. But moving forward, I just don't want to do this anymore. This is wasting our time. We are spending 20 minutes on an item because it's just a vendetta. So, I don't see me having 13, 14 people lining up here constantly writing petitions and wasting our council and staff's time on, let's go censure this person, let's do this to this person. I don't do that. It's just a waste of time, we're dividing our residents, we're dividing our people. And when I hear the comments that say, we aren't representing the people and we're attacking the people of our residents, it's not residents. These are not residents. These are political motives and political agents. And if you can't see that, then I suggest you start going to a poli-sci class and learn some history. So I am not going to support this motion just because it's just division. I'm tired of it, and our residents are tired of it. And frankly, I'm doing what I can to solve it, but I'm just tired of having to defend myself every day. Thank you.
I'll second the motion. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this? Okay, well, there might be a high likelihood that this won't pass, so I'm going to make some comments because I haven't had a chance to make any. First of all, I would like to say, how would a reasonable person view the actions that took place? It wasn't just one meeting, it was actually 2 meetings. And it happened to be the 2 meetings I was out on medical leave, where Vice Mayor Park took over as the presiding officer of the city council. So it's important when you're sitting in the presiding officer's chair that you run the meeting in a fair and equitable manner, especially for the public, and that you give the public the opportunity to say what they have to say, whether you agree with them or not. I have sat here for many meetings where I have been nonstop attacked. One meeting, I was attacked for several hours, and you just have to sit there and be respectful and give everyone their right to speak and right to say what they have to say without attack. But when I saw Vice Mayor Park sitting in this chair, pulling a book out of this drawer and comparing it to a book for my special advisor, so there were attacks on me, the special advisor to the mayor, a children's book, All of Your Friends Are Dead, and putting Post-it notes on it saying all of your friends are termed out, and it was directed to the only member of the public that was sitting in the audience, who is my special advisor for worker co-ops, yes, and directing it to him and saying that all of your friends are termed out, all of your friends will be termed out. It was obviously premeditated. He took time to write on Post-it notes, put it in a very strange book of All of Your Friends Are Dead, and talk about it. So it was all done ahead of time, which is even more disturbing that this happened. Everybody on this council that was here that night, Councilmember Watanabe was also out on a medical emergency. Everybody that was here, the 5 members of the city council, I think Councilmember Jane was online, but still at the meeting, and the interim city attorney, Steve No, nobody said anything or did anything after hearing that. Some of you snickered, laughed, thought it was funny. Nobody said a word as this member of the public was being attacked in this very odd and disturbing way. So I looked at everybody as bystanders. So I looked up what the bystander syndrome is. A bystander feels they have less responsibility because there are others present who could also respond. Well, nobody responded. No one stepped in. No one condemned the actions of what he was doing. This wasn't a joke. This isn't a joke. This is no place to attack the public. And yes, these are members of the public, not political operatives or sneaky people or anything like that. These are public members that should be respected and listened to, not mocked, not made fun of, not taking your position of power sitting here and attacking members of the public. That's not what this chair or any of our chairs are for. This is not a way that we communicate our city's message to the public. This is a clear violation of our code of ethics and behavioral standards in this city. Clear. We're supposed to treat everyone equally and with respect. And that council member, Vice Mayor Park, was neither respectful nor professional. Some people described it online as sitting there with a crowd of bullies. And then the next meeting, it happened again. And this time, Councilmember Becker doubled down, and he had a full attack on two of the public members that were sitting in the audience and reminded them that their friends are termed out. So, and everybody still sat here, nobody said anything, and it continued on. So the feedback I received from the community was relatively consistent. There is no place in any universe of any kind for this type of behavior. No place. It's disturbing, it's offensive, it's mortifying, it's a massive embarrassment to our city. And at the very least, Vice Mayor Park should never be able to sit and chair a meeting again after that. So I think this should be brought up. And I know probably won't be, but it should be brought up because this entire council group needs ethics training and behavioral standards training on how to treat the public. And based on what I heard, and actually I'm going to have to go back, I believe Vice Mayor or Councilmember Jane, I think you voted to censure me or not censure me, whatever, admonish me. I believe you did. But all I'm saying is they won't police themselves, but we need the training. And with that kind, I don't know who can sit here, watch that video, let him pull out a book, read those things. Who could say that that's okay? Who in their right mind would think that that's okay to treat members of the public like that? It's wrong. So that's what I have to say about this. So Councilmember Becker, I'm not open for more attacks on the public.
No, it's not an attack. I agree with you. You know, we can't police ourselves. And frankly, if we can't police ourselves, you know, it comes down to this fact. Who's going to police Gilmore and Watanabe?
Okay, attack the council members, I guess, public to council members. It's painfully obvious that there needs to be training on this council, ethics training, behavioral standards, and how we relate to the public. So, City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Vice Chair Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
Nope.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that fails 5-2. All right. Next, we have I'm going to go down the agenda first. Next, we have the action on appointment of members to the Santa Clara Station Area Plan Task Force. We have a recommendation. Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a brief presentation for the council on this item. Thank you. So just briefly as background, the city has recently begun the process of preparing a specific plan for the Santa Clara Station area with action taken by the council in September to approve a cooperative agreement with the VTA, who will be a partner with the city in administering this process. The city is the lead on all the land use decisions and preparation of the specific plan, but we are working with them on the funding for consultant support. In December, the City Council appointed a task force, 7 members, for a task force, community members, to help guide the planning process. And at that time, the City Council also gave us direction to add some additional members. Specifically, the City Council directed us to add someone who was a transportation advocate, a business community representative, an at-large community member, and a representative of the SES Portuguese Hall. So the city conducted an online application process through which we received initially 111 applications for the task force. Staff followed up with some supplemental questions and received 31 responses to those supplemental questions, so narrowed our candidate pool to 31 through that. We did reach out to the SES Portuguese Hall and asked if there was a member there that would be available to participate. Unfortunately, they said they did not have anyone who would be able to do so. So with that, staff is recommending that the City Council move forward with appointing 4 members from the community, additional members of the community, to the task force based on our understanding of the council's objectives in terms of having someone who could represent the community, and in the case of transportation, someone with experience and knowledge about transportation. We're recommending Jill Hoff, who is a professional transportation planner. For the business community, Dylan Plain, who works in real estate. We had a number of property owners who were specifically interested in some properties, but he more broadly represents development and properties in the area, and so we believed he was a good match. And we're recommending 2 at-large community members, Shruti Marashi, who was the chair of the city's independent redistricting commission and had the experience and did a good job in leading that commission, and then also Michael Stockwell, who is the chairman of the South Bay Historical Railroad Society. And as you know, the Railroad Society, Historical Railroad Society, is an interest in the station, the historical station there. And so with that, staff is available for any questions council may have.
I don't see any questions, so thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to? Is there any member of the public that, do we have any members of the public? No. Okay. Councilmember Hardy.
Sorry, I guess I wasn't quick enough with my light. I read through all the applications and I was a little bit confused about what criteria was used. I'll make an example. There was a resident who is a landscape expert that was passed over. That kind of surprised me. 2 of the individuals here are not residents. Now, I understand that there were several business owners who are also residents, and that wasn't called out at all. I was happy to see that the chairman of the South Bay Historical Railroad Society was on there, because that is within the area we were talking about. And I think that's a very good possibility. But I was unhappy that we just had these few paragraphs. We did not get to talk to these individuals, and I was a little uncomfortable with that.
Councilmember Jane.
I had similar concerns, but I'm just trying to understand. I believe this is going to be run like the downtown station, the downtown task force, community task force. But a number of the applicants, first, if we look at our general applications for commissions and everything, they have, a more defined application, like what committees have you served in? Do you have any conflicts of interest? And 3 of the people actually have property interests or represent property interests, including Dylan Plain. And so I don't know I know a few of the people that applied, but I don't know Alden Smith or Dylan Plain. I do know Ray Hashimoto, but I know that it's advisory, they're not voting on anything, but what was the consideration for people that may have had conflicts of interest in terms of property ownership?
Okay, there's no other questions, so if you want to answer, Andrew?
Great, thank you. So I think the first question was really what was the criteria that the staff used in making this recommendation? And we recognize that there's not been a more formal process. We were following the direction we received from the council as best we understood it. And so we did ask candidates to identify if they considered themselves to be a transportation person or a real estate person. And then we sort of read through those applications accordingly. Amongst those with a transportation focus, we found that there was one who had a considerable professional experience in that realm. And so that was why we selected that individual. And then in real estate or property owner representative, we did see that there were a number of people who own specific properties. And you mentioned one, that they're associated with particular properties within the station area. And we certainly intend to have outreach to property owners, considerable opportunity for them to participate sort of in their, in a stakeholder setting. But the recommendation we just brought forward was based on someone who has sort of a broader interest in real estate in general, working with a number of potential developers in the area. So that was an individual we thought would bring to the table just a general knowledge of what market conditions might be. And in that sense, we thought meet the intention of the city council. But we're certainly open to alternative directions if the city council so wants to direct us. And then regarding the 2 at-large members, again, we just looked at people who had experience in the community, and we thought, based on that, would be able to contribute well to the task force. But we recognize that there were a number of good applicants, and so absent a more formal set of criteria, we made our recommendation just to try to facilitate the council coming to a decision on this process, but certainly recognize that the council has the prerogative to make alternative direction.
So you have, the original group wasn't even in any formal process, right? They were just selected. And then we gave you direction on this one. So if we're going to throw this out, we should throw out the whole thing and start all over again with a formal process. I'm perfectly comfortable with what the staff has decided on this. I think they should get started. Anybody who serves on any of these committees or commissions, if they have conflicts, they have to disclose them and they can't participate. So that's part of the instructions. I think that this is perfectly reasonable and we should get this approved so that they can get started because we're already, I think, behind schedule a bit. So, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the applicants may have their hand raised. Yes, I concur. I mean, when you see that 110 people applied after we made the recommendation to add additional folks to the task force, I mean, that's phenomenal. And you had to go through all of those applications and then come up with even a secondary application to, again, weed through all of those to find the suitable people, that you felt, would be, to serve on this committee. So, I mean, like the mayor said, we're already behind the 8 ball on this one. to start all over again, it would be such a waste of time. We waste enough time as it is right now. But I think I concur. I was actually going to make a motion for staff recommendation for the 4 people that have been nominated to fill these positions and move forward and just get this show on the road. So I am making a motion to accept staff recommendation for these 4 people to serve on the task force.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I had a question.
Councilmember Jane?
So I was kind of was hoping that there would be a short list and that maybe the council would interview these folks. But no matter how, did they all get verbal interviews from your staff, and who was on the committee to decide?
Okay, so we did not do verbal interviews. We worked from the application materials that were submitted to bring forward this recommendation. We were looking to do so as quickly as we could to get back to the city council. The VTA and the hiring process for the consultant is moving forward. So we were eager to try to have the task force be able to meet next week, if possible, so that they could select someone to participate in the consultant hiring process. So we were really working towards that goal. And then really it's just planning staff that we read through, myself and 2 of the other planning staff who read through the applications and made the recommendation. And it's not it's not a decision on our part. We came forward with a recommendation to help facilitate the council process.
And then I know it's a non-voting, but what is the process for hiring the consultant? What role will the advisory committee, the task force, play?
So our intent is to have the task force identify a representative who would sit in the selection process, both read through submittals from potential consultants and do a ranking process similar to what staff, same process as staff does. And then based on that, the top-ranked firms would be interviewed, and the committee member, task force member would sit in those interviews and participate in that as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for asking that question about if interviews were conducted. I was a little concerned now after hearing that there wasn't interviews conducted, but I'm going to trust in that. I know I see one of the names on here I do recognize. I think it was Shruti. I think, wasn't she on our redistricting group or redistricting committee? So I recognize her name, and I think I also recognize another. That's why I was kind of on board for this, but I didn't know that there wasn't an interview, which kind of concerns me, but otherwise I think these are pretty good people as well. So thank you.
I just want to remind everyone there wasn't any interviews for the first group that was appointed without interviews or anything. So if we're going to take these and require interviews, we got to do the whole thing over again, to be fair. So Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I understand as well, meaning I was not really happy with the initial process either. I think I was one of the dissenting votes there. I also thought that there would be a short list that would be presented and give us the different types of ways the candidates could represent the neighborhood. I just heard Director Crabtree talk about the process for hiring the consultant. I thought that seems like a very reasonable process for shortlisting and getting to understand or getting introduced to the candidates. I do also have concerns about people with real estate interests in the area. I think that doing the best you can based on what you thought the council direction was, I think that's very admirable. It's not always easy to discern the exact nature of the requests, but that's why I thought that there would be, there was enough dissent. I had a lot of problems with overlaps in candidates. I didn't mind the candidates, but I didn't like the way that we said, well, we're going to put this person on because they're, represent the old quad. Well, there seems to be old quad representation already. It would be nicer to put them on not as representative of the old quad, but as some other aspect. And I don't know that we tried really hard to look at other aspects that we could have included. I understand that's a little bit of the unclear direction from council, when council is trying to say, well, there should be lots of different, there should be a variety of backgrounds. I don't know, I'm have to think about this, but I have no problem starting over either. I understand that people are concerned. I've heard we're behind the eight ball. We're behind the eight ball in a lot of things, budgets and priorities included. But I also know that doing the wrong thing is often more dangerous than doing nothing. So I don't know what to do here. Maybe I see Manuel Pineda maybe he can shed some light on this. Thank you.
Could you explain the timeline of when this is needed so that it will inform this council as to how quickly this committee needs to be formed and whether or not we have time to start all over again?
Mayor, members of the council, Manuel Pineda, and Assistant City Manager for this role. And I'm going to let Andrew explain the timeline. I just wanted to add to the discussion because this whole process was coordinated with the City Manager's office and included my involvement as well. And I think I just want to acknowledge the staff was trying to be responsive to what council provided. And certainly, it was a little bit open to interpretation as we were going to bring back to you. And the amount of people who were interested initially was a surprise to us, so we followed a secondary process to try to tighten that up and come forward with you. And ultimately, because there were so many applications and process, staff did decide, working with us, to go forward with a recommendation for you to facilitate that discussion. Certainly, if the council wants to follow a different process, do something different, that's up to the council prerogative. Everything we did was to try to facilitate it, and staff and CDD staff put a lot of time and effort into a multi-part process to try to get us to this point. But we understand if the council is uncomfortable, they'd like to do something different. Certainly would affect the schedule. I think we'd probably start the process and then have the task force catch up to it. But I'll let Andrew go through those details. I just wanted to acknowledge that as a team, CDD working with CMO was trying to be as responsive as possible with the information provided. The amount of interest there was, we had to find a way to kind of bring you something that was manageable. So that's really what staff was trying to do as part of it. But if council would like to take a different direction, we'll follow whatever the council prefers. And Andrew, maybe you can speak.
Well, we appreciate what you did because that would have been unmanageable for us. But when you see all the interest in this and you think, well, maybe we should have done this from day one instead of just appointing people without anything, if there's that much interest, maybe we should have done it. But Andrew, if you could please tell us the timeline on this.
Yeah, well, first I would just like to mention that we're really following precedent. We've had a number of community task forces involved in different planning processes, and the process has been similar, where staff has brought forward a recommendation of a list of names, and then the council has generally approved it. We've not gone through a formal application interview process, and as Manuel just mentioned, we were, I suppose it's a good thing, but surprised by the number of people interested, because that's not been our experience in the past. The VTA is administering the grant side of this, and those grants come with timelines for when funds need to be expended. So to sort of stay on that schedule, they've already moved forward with the issuance of the RFP for the consultant team. So the RFP is out, the response schedule is set. So really the bids come in next week, and we have a period of about a week to review them, and then would have interviews. So that schedule's set. And so our goal was to try to get back to the council so that the council could determine if they want us to appoint for tonight and move forward. That would allow us to involve the task force in that consultant selection process. But if it is the will of the council to do something more broad, we could bring in the 31 candidates for interviews plus the 7 from before, or whatever it might be, if that's the direction of the council. But staff's recommendation is to proceed. We think that the names we put forward will represent the community well, and they meet the interests of the council. That we're, again, if there's the alternative that we have in the council recommendation is if the council wants to appoint someone else from the 31, certainly that's another option.
I just don't think we should be picking people we know or whatever. I think it was a nice blind process for us, and I think it's a good representation. I don't know any of these people. So I'm going to go to the public. Dylan, I think you're one of our hopefully selected this evening people. Dylan, welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thanks for taking the time, and just wanted to address some of the concerns about a potential conflict of interest with my position. And I would just say that I've personally spoken and developed relationships with, I would say, about half the property owners in the area. And I've also worked closely with the City of Economic Development, the Planning Department, to follow kind of their vision for the area, what they want to see from a land use and development perspective. So I feel like I play a role in kind of helping accomplish the city's vision. I've also, read thoroughly the general plan Santa Clara Station area section of the general plan that was originally released. So I know what the framework was. And I think I would actually add value to this task force. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I don't see any other hands, so Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, the downtown area is 25 acres. This is 250 acres. It's 10 times bigger. It's far more transformative and important to the city from an economic and transportation perspective. So I was just wondering if maybe I don't want to go through 110 applications, but I was kind of hoping that we would get to maybe, or at least the staff would then talk to and interview, the top 2 candidates and just get a better feel, whether it's either the staff or us. And it was good to hear from Dylan now, but I haven't heard from the other people. So I was just wondering that, if maybe you could bring back 2 or 3 of the top people for each of the 4 categories or 3 categories, and maybe we could hear from them, or you could do that yourselves. Maybe that would be, and I don't think that would take too long to do that.
That's interviewing 12 people, and we should start the process all over again then. That's a 12-person interview. That's like a commission appointment. That's a special meeting. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So this looks like a problem we are facing multiple times, like there is no process laid down. And I don't blame staff for that, because you were given a process which was not defined and you did your best to bring forward that. And this is because lack of a process, because this is not the first time we set up a task force, and this is not the last time we are setting up a task force. So unless the council as a policymaker decides, hey, this is what the process we will follow in the future, that will make sense, and that will give clear guidance to the candidates, to the staff, and to the council, basically. So I remember when diversity, equality, and inclusion task force was set up. That was also set up by a few council members and the mayor. 2 or 3 members were selected on that, and we all agreed to that. But I think going forward, we all have to find out our set process of doing all this task force, or just like we have a process for commissioners, right? So we need to do that for that matter. And I'm all for setting that process in black and white so that everybody is clear, nobody raises the question at the last time. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Watanabe.
Mayor, there is a motion on the floor. I made a motion and there was a second.
Right, I was going to ask for that because now this is all opening it up to lots and lots of work, and this is different from what direction we gave to our city staff, which they came back with what we gave them. So let's see how this works then. There's a motion and a second to appoint these members of the task force so that they will complete the full task force and get started. That's what we're voting on. Which is?
That we ask staff to shortlist 2 of the top candidates for each of these categories and bring them back to a council meeting for interviews.
So that would be 8 interviews, 8 people interviewed, and so that would be a special meeting.
I believe there are 4.
4 times 2?
No, yeah, you're right, 4.
Yeah. All right, so the first vote is to whether or not we want to accept the substitute motion, not the substitute motion. Do you want to accept it to vote on that?
Was there a second on the substitute motion?
I will second the
assume there will be.
substitute.
Okay. So whether or not to accept the substitute motion of bringing back 8 candidates for interview.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No, 5-2 passes. So now the actual motion, right, Sue? The actual motion.
So to the maker of the motion, your motion is to shortlist. Could you repeat that, please?
For staff to shortlist 2 representatives for each of these categories. I guess for at-large, that would be 4 members, and that we would have them come to a council meeting for us to interview them like we do for our other commissions.
I just want to say that'll have to be a special meeting or one of our commission appointment meetings because we have a lot of business going on. We can't take that amount of time at a council meeting to do that, so it's going to have to be sometime in the future. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. City attorneys, quick question. Can I add to a motion that we should set up some process going forward, or this is not the right? This is not a, okay. Microphone.
Sue?
Your microphone.
My apologies. This would not be the appropriate time to make that motion. There are other options, like an 030 or something of that nature.
So I just would like to make a comment again that we should come up with a process going forward, and when appropriate, the council should decide about that. Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice, I mean,
Assistant City
Manager, yeah.
Any of them are fine. Everything works.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure I get clarity on kind of bringing back the 2 candidates and make sure that the council is completely comfortable with that. We don't want to get into a position where we're selecting 2 and there might have been a 3rd one the council would have preferred as those 2. So we'll do our best. We'll bring 2 forward. I just want to make you aware that at that point, we're also shortlisting, and there might be a perspective on the different ones that could have been those top 2. But we'll do our best on that position, and hopefully that's sufficient. I just want to put that out there because we might end up in a similar spot that maybe your 3rd or 4th would have been of interest to the council as well. So I just want to let you know that staff will do their best to finalize those and bring those forward if that's the council direction.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to support the motion. The list has already been shortlisted. The candidates have been vetted, and this is just wasting our staff's time and just continuing something that really we should be voting on tonight and just be done with. So I am not supporting the motion. Thank you.
I agree. These are really simple matters that we're complicating and making so difficult, wasting time, wasting staff's time, wasting our time when we have so many things to do. This really, honestly, is just the fact that we can't get around ourselves to get any business done. So, I mean, if this is what you wanted in the first place, this is how we should have done the whole thing in the first place. Not giving staff direction to bring back candidates, and then you look at the list and either you know somebody else on the list or you don't like it or you don't know why you don't like this list. I think it's a perfectly acceptable list of qualified people. I really do. So, again, we need to get things done, and this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to govern. We need to be more efficient than this. All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. Passes 5-2. Good luck, staff. And thank you very much for all the work that you've done so far. All right, next item, I know people are telling me I haven't done the consent calendar. I will get back to that. I want to get through these other two items. Action on appointment to Cities Association of Santa Clara County Board of Directors, alternate member for the 2023 calendar year, deferred from February 21st. Do we have somebody that's talking on this one?
I had actually pulled the motion and asked, or excuse me, the item and asked for it to be continued because this was at the February 21st meeting, and Mayor, you were not present, so there was an opening on the Cities Association alternate, the position of alternate, and I currently serve as the member from this council that attends those meetings. And so there was an alternate, Councilmember Becker, and he said that he didn't want to attend the meetings anymore. He didn't want to be the alternate. So the position is vacant. Nobody else wanted it. You weren't here. So I asked for the item to be continued in the hopes that you might be interested in being the alternate. I attend the majority of the meetings, and so it's just really just having somebody there to be an alternate in case something happens. But, this just gives me the opportunity to just express something that also happened, and that was at the February 7th council meeting that I was not here, as well as you, Mayor, because you had a medical you had medical surgery. I had a medical emergency. I broke my arm that morning. And so both of us weren't here. There was discussion about some of the council commissions and committees, and I was removed as the liaison for the Santa Clara sister cities. And there were the five council members that were present that evening were told by the assistant city clerk that I had a medical emergency and I would not be present. And they were also told that you had hip replacement surgery and would not be present. Yet, changes were made to the committee and commission list to remove us without our input. And aside from other egregious actions that took place during that meeting, this is equally egregious because it showed no respect or empathy. During past administrations, there were council members who were in ill health and couldn't fulfill their committee duties. They were never removed, but the alternate stepped in, and in many cases, I was that alternate, which is how I ended up with so many committees, 14 altogether, and because there was nobody else that could step into those positions. And I will also point out that I had just spent February 5th and 6th in Sacramento filling in as the alternate for Councilmember Jane, who was sick with COVID and couldn't attend Capitol Day with NCPA and Silicon Valley Power. Yet, he went ahead and voted for me to be removed as the liaison. I am disappointed. Councilmember Park appointed himself the liaison to the Sister Cities Commission and talked about trips to South Korea. It looks like he has already been taking trips to South Korea and has received monies, according to his Form 700, for his travel. So is kicking me off as the liaison his way to justify junkets and payments for travel to South Korea? Isn't this a conflict of interest? These actions, like so many others, are wrong, mean-spirited, and spiteful, and not behavior that reflects well on people who are supposed to be doing the business of the residents instead of themselves. And Councilmember Jane, you made comments about me earlier, and let me just remind you that when I was censured, it has been stated in many places that that whole situation was a setup in an effect to embarrass me. And it's so funny how the media was so all over everything that happened at that event to make me look like the bad guy. And yet we have had a situation this evening where members of the public who are trying to hold this council accountable for their actions, yet they have come forward and the actions that they've been accused of are just put off to the side. People are being complicit. Nobody is being held accountable. They're like Teflon Don. But yet, if I do something or the mayor does something, oh my gosh, you know, it's next day news, it's front page titles. But yet, there are members of this council who will not, as the mayor said, police themselves nor hold themselves accountable, or when the public brings up the opportunity to hold them accountable, they just push it off to the side and say, no, I did nothing wrong. Well, when you're always the victim and you can't do anything wrong, then something is wrong. Thank you.
So back to this item, this was, I guess, an offshoot of my original agenda item, which was the appointments to the council committees, outside and inside committee assignments. So an email was sent, prior to that, an email was sent to all the council members, and every council member was asked if they wanted any changes to any committees to get back to me with the changes. So not a single council member got back to me with any changes that they wanted on any committee. So it was supposed to be on the agenda. It was deferred to February 7th, and I was out for my hip replacement, which the city clerk had announced in the beginning. So while I was out, nobody asked for any changes, but yet I was thrown off the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, although the mayor should have a position on that committee, and I was replaced by the District 3 representative, Kevin Park, whose district is not in the university for no reason, and Councilmember Watanabe, who was also out on a medical emergency, was replaced on the Sister Cities Committee, which she has worked really hard for 10 years. Kevin Park has not, and she was replaced with Vice Mayor Park. But this was all done on my agenda item while I wasn't here on a medical emergency, and 5 members of the council voted to throw both of us off when we were out on medical emergency. I think that is completely wrong. I would have never done that, and I think this council should be ashamed of itself for throwing us off for no reason while we're not here on medical emergencies. That is not respectful whatsoever. When I spent the time to ask you if you wanted any changes and nobody had the courtesy to let me know on my item, nobody had the courtesy to continue my item while I wasn't here. But you just went on, you just did it. So this is an offshoot of that. So fine, you've kicked me almost off of you've kicked the mayor position off almost every committee that you can. I hope you're all happy. It doesn't do the city of Santa Clara well, though, and our citizens well for what you're doing. Your personal issues with me should not reflect on what service we're giving to the community. It's wrong, it's done, but this is another example. I guess Councilmember Becker didn't want this alternate of the committee, so someone else has to stand up and agree to be the member, otherwise it's going to stay vacant. So is there any member of the council that wants to stand up for this committee? Anybody? No? Well, I'm asking so we can make a motion. Does anyone want to be on this committee? Would someone verbally say, yes, I want to be, so we can make a motion? I bet you'd like to say a lot, Vice Mayor Park. I want to know, do you want to be on this committee? All right. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So the item today was just for selecting an alternate. And here we are again diverting to a whole-headed discussion for what happened last year, what happened 3 years back, what happened when. This is not, Madam Mayor, you always say, this is not how we govern. And this is exactly we should not be governing. You mentioned that this was my agenda. This was not your agenda.
It was my agenda item.
Yeah, this is a regular agenda item which brings to the council every year. I can't say that this is any agenda item which is being brought to the council every year. That's my agenda.
It was my recommendations. It was my agenda item. Yes, it was.
So this is a regular agenda item which we vote every year, basically. And let me go back, if you want to discuss about it. You mentioned that this year you both were on medical absence, and we recognize that, we have excused that. Last year also we made changes while you were on this dais. What's the difference between last year and this year? We did make changes last year too, which was what you recommended. There were changes made to that. So don't make it political. Oh, this was done because I was not on the dais. This was done because I was on medical leave. Let's not make that. This is not helping none. This is not helping us on the council. This is not helping any of the residents over there. So don't make these things personal, please. If there are changes, if the council is making some changes, accept those and let's move forward. When me and Councilmember Hardy were there, we were given the committees which we accepted with happy face when we were in the minority. We never complained about it, and here we are being complained about every time. I spent more years on Sister City than Councilmember Watanabe. I never complained that I was not being given a Sister Cities liaison. I never complained about it. So please move on. Let's discuss about it, move on and vote on it and get away with it. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. A little surprised we went into that in-depth conversation for the item, which I thought the agenda was specifically for something else. But, you know, I don't want to do this because I honestly, I can't spread myself thin anymore. I've been having some health issues myself, and also my job let me go in the last month, so I'll be looking for a new job, and frankly, that's going to change my schedule. So I needed to not create so many conflicts of having so many committees and meetings I'm on for the next year until things level out. Focusing more on myself, and I guess I might be a little selfish on that if I want to care about my own health. But what I just heard was a bunch of grievances, and I totally understand your grievances. You can say that, but I just didn't think this was the appropriate time to talk about these grievances because I see that it comes to this consistently at every council meeting. Let's go back to 2020 and let's count how many times that myself and the rest of this council has been on a trial for persecution. Consistently persecuted for something we've done wrong, consistently on trial for something that we've been accused of. Frankly, it's just getting old, and we're wasting a lot of our residents' time when we go through this over and over again. So what I see is just things don't go right. You claim that it's bad, it's evil, it's wrong. Those are things that are, misinformation to our residents. It is not personal. This is business. And you take this as if it's a personal thing. It's not personal. And when I hear this, how dare you mentality, or basically from what I hear in the city, from our employees, from our council members, and from anybody, it seems like we have to ask permission from the mayor to do anything in this city. We have to ask permission, and that is not why I was elected. I work for the people of Santa Clara, not for Mayor Gilmore or anybody else. But when I hear this, how dare you mentality, that sounds like entitlement to me. 100% entitlement. So, before anyone, starts throwing rocks in glass houses, think of the silver spoons a lot of other people have had in this council for years. We are now rotating roles, and I don't think that's a problem. And frankly, since I've been rotated as the chair of economic development, Councilmember Park, have we ever had a meeting in the last year and a half? I don't think so. And that right there sounds political and unethical and other words I think you've said. I can't list all the words you said. But let's just get this over with. Why is it we have to constantly do this every meeting, going back and forth with each other, accusing us of wrongdoing? Because frankly, I could sit here a whole meeting and go through a whole meeting without accusing you, Councilmember Watanabe, or anybody of doing anything. Frankly, when you guys weren't here at those 2 meetings, we ended early, we got things done quick, and frankly, that's because we eliminated drama like this. So, I don't want to serve on this. As I said before, I'm focusing on my own health, and I can't spread myself thin, which I know a lot of you that work probably understand the same situation. But again, when people say, how dare you mentality, and what, basically having to ask permission, that's entitlement. And frankly, I was elected to uphold the residents, not devoted to one person. So I just wanted to make that sure that's clear. And I just frankly we just got to stop doing this. I'm tired. Frankly, are you guys tired? I am.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you. I heard a lot of things tonight that are kind of shocking, but not so shocking. I'm shocked but not amazed. First of all, I do go to Korea often. My daughter's grandparents are in Korea, and we try to go there at least once a year so that she can have a relationship with her family and my wife's family. I do freely admit that I do get some compensation for going to Korea, but not for my family, just for me. And I participate in a program offered by the Korean government. This has nothing to do with sister cities. I was told that I have not put in any time in sister cities. I would say I've put in quite a bit of time. I was one of the team of really good people that was there in sister cities in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, right before Councilmember Watanabe came in, right before we changed, the makeup of sister cities. And there were so many big problems that a lot of the people, the good people that worked in sister cities, left. Linda Serini, Brian Lowry, myself, Debbie Paveo, and they were gone for lots of reasons. And I was there when there were made a lot of accusations about sister cities and how it was run. And I've kept in touch with a lot of people. I've built relationships in sister cities, but to say that I had no involvement is frankly not accurate. I was at Sister Cities International Conferences in Riverside. I took care of students. Yeah, I did have a history there. And for people to say that that's not true, well, let the deed show. Let's see what the paperwork says. And I mean, I will tell you, I will admit, there is a kind of a special reason for why I'd like to be on Sister Cities. I do know that we have an MOU, a friendship city MOU with the city of Icheon in Korea. And I've tried to talk to people in the city to arrange connections, and it seems like that relationship has basically fallen off. And I know that the MOU needs to be renewed at some point, and if we can get that started, we can get some focus there, I think that would be a really good thing for the city. I know that there are a lot of people in the Korean community that when I talk to them are very excited about getting involved I mean, we've got Santa Clara, a part of Santa Clara near my district, that's considered Koreatown. If you go to, Google Maps, and you'll see that that's what it's labeled as. There's nothing more than a desire to get the people involved in sister cities relationships, in sister cities programs. I hear Mayor Gilmore and her complaints, and I thought about NERC. I'm not really the representative of District 3, but I will take the meaning of what she's trying to say, not her words itself. And I was going to say, I would be happy to be considered as the alternate member for the Cities Association of Santa Clara County Board of Directors. I would gladly take on that role. I would also offer to step back and take on the role of alternate on the NERC and restore Mayor Gilmore's position on the NERC.
That's not on the agenda.
Okay, but I'd be happy to do that, to consider that. But for now, it looks like what we can put on the agenda is an appointment to the Cities Association of Santa Clara Board of Directors.
Would you like to make that a motion?
And I would...
Or could anyone please make that a motion?
Yes, I would like somebody else to make that motion.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal, to make Councilmember Park the alternate on the Cities Association County Board of Directors, alternate member. All right, great. Thank you for volunteering. Do we have any member of the public that would like to say anything on this? I don't see any. None? Then Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Yes, so that passes 6-1. All right, next item we have is public hearing, substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2021 annual action plan to allocate $1,604,104 in federal housing and urban development HUD grant funds from the Home American Rescue Plan program and approve related budget amendment. I see, Adam, we have you on. Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, Andrew.
Mayor, members of the City Council. Actually,
I was looking at Adam on
Adam was there. He's joining me. Adam Marcus, our housing manager. I'm Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. And I'll be giving the presentation, but I'm sure Adam will be helping if there are any technical questions. First, I'd just like to explain that the action tonight is related to the ARP, which is the American Rescue Plan, which is a federal program through HUD to give money to local jurisdictions to help with homelessness response. And as part of that, to receive access to those funds, we need to amend our annual action plan, which is the city's plan that we adopt each year related to how we use HUD funds. And so we are having the hearing tonight so that we can go through that process, amending our annual action plan to include how we will use ARP funds. So just a little bit of background and context related to the homelessness, the city's response to homelessness. We have previously sort of bought on to the county-wide county community plan to end homelessness. The city formally endorsed that, and so we're a member agency participating in that. And the city of Santa Clara is in the process of developing our own plan. As the City Council is well aware, we convened a task force last year that went through a series of meetings and came up with recommendations. We had a study session earlier this year to kind of walk through some of those, and we're working with our consultant, Homebase, to prepare that plan and bring it back to the council later this year. I would mention that Eli Hamilton from our consultant team is also online if we have questions. So a little bit of background about the ARP. This is a one-time program. It's not an ongoing thing like some of the other HUD programs that we work with. It is focused on homelessness, addressing that, and increasing housing stability. The amount of money that has been directed toward the city is $1.6 million. And there are some specific consultant requirements for the city. If we are to make use of these funds, we are required to do certain types of outreach and gap needs and gap analysis. Notably, we are required to submit our plan, our annual action plan for using those funds to HUD by the end of this month. I just want to comment on that a little bit. I know there was some concern about the timing of this. The federal government added that requirement in November of last year. So when the ARP program was initially rolled out, there was not this deadline, and it was our intent to complete the city's preparation of the homelessness response plan first, and once we had that done, then to use that as the basis for preparing our intended use of the ARP. However, when the federal government, we understand, saw some concern with that communities were not drawing down those funds as fast as they wanted to see, and so they brought in that deadline in November. And so we immediately began working with our consultant to do the steps required of outreach. You'll see that summarized in the packet so that we could get in front of the council in a timely manner to make the amendment to the annual action plan so we can submit it to the federal government in a timely way so that we don't lose these funds. And the consequence of not taking action tonight would be that we would lose access to the $1.6 million. So we need to have council take action tonight if we want to have those funds to use in the city. I would mention, however, it is quite possible to amend our plan. So, if the council is looking for additional opportunities, we can return and do that down the road. So, the ARP has some requirements specific to who can be served, and you basically need to show that you're potentially serving all 5 of these subpopulations with your proposed use of the funds. So basically people who are homeless, at risk of being homeless, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, someone who by receiving services will not become homeless, and then veterans and families that include veterans. So we did conduct the outreach summarized in the packet. We met with these different groups in the community. Our consultant met with them and sort of interviewed them, phone interviews, to sort of understand the needs and gaps in services better as part of the process. And some of those items you see here listed, I mean, it's really pretty broad, but certainly affordable housing, shelter, safe parking, temporary housing, coordinated discharge to supportive housing with services is a type of service that we could be providing, street outreach, mental health services, domestic violence, shelters, confidential services, and so forth, housing for aging veterans, and apartments with landlords who accept housing vouchers. So our proposed use of the ARP funds that we're asking the council to approve tonight would be first to expand the city's tenant-based rental assistance program. And we're proposing to direct the bulk of the ARP funds towards that. And the reason for that is that's an existing program that we know is being effective, and there's definitely demand for it within the community, and it meets the criteria. It would allow us to qualify under the criteria that I mentioned. And that's a program where we provide rental assistance. We help pay the rent for households for up to 2 years who are homeless or fleeing domestic violence. So it really aligns well with the program goals. And that, I should explain, in addition to paying the rent, it includes case management, which is paying for sort of like a case worker, a member of the nonprofit or the agency with which we contract to provide the services, works with the residents to help them improve their income situation, to work towards moving into permanent housing at the end of that 2-year period when the rental program ends. So with the amount that we're looking at, we estimate now, I want to correct a little bit what's in the report, that we would be able to serve between 10 and 15 households for a 2-year period. We're also proposing to use some of the funds to support a public service agency that we work with that provides services to people experiencing domestic violence. And then 5% would go to administrative costs, and that's by HUD regulations. It's set at 5%. So with that, staff is recommending that you provide feedback, approve the substantial amendment to the annual action plan so that we can meet that March 31st deadline. And also there's a budget amendment that goes along with that, which requires 5 votes, and that's to account for the additional $1.6 million that would then flow through the city. Staff is available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, and this is a public hearing, right? So
correct. This public hearing is required by HUD.
Right, okay, so we'll start with council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I firmly believe that, I think we're putting $60,000 into domestic violence work, but then the bulk is going to rental assistance, which is incredibly valuable because we want to keep people from becoming homeless. But, we have about 370 unhoused people in the city of Santa Clara. And I noticed that many other cities are doing a lot of outreach. They're paying for people to go out, not police officers that sometimes, unhoused people are intimidated by, but, social workers that go out and connect people with county services. So I see that as a very cost-effective program because we're not paying for those services. They're connected to services that they can get from the county. So, and I know I'd asked staff this, and I think it's possible for us to take a piece of the money, and I'm proposing $150,000 to commit to Abode or somebody who's doing outreach to get unhoused people connected to services and educate them on where they can get shelter and things like that. So I guess that's possible for us to do. That's my question.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, seeing none. Director Crabtree? Oh, Councilmember Chahal?
Yeah. Thank you. So thank you for the presentation, Director Crabtree. Question about TBRA assistance. I know we had some funds on. Is that program closed for the timing? Right now it's closed, or do we have some funds left from our COVID era funds? That's my question, and we're trying to expand that. I'm happy about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
I'd like to second Councilmember Jane's request for monies to be used for outreach to connect unhoused people with services. I think this is one of the big issues. We have a lot of task forces dealing with in-house, but we don't have a lot of things that I look at and say, this provides an actual effect. And I think that I would like some monies to go to unhoused people and connect them to actual services. I also have another question about timing, which is, I understand that this has to be approved tonight because we don't have any other council meetings scheduled between now and the 31st of March. And it has to be approved by the 31st of March, otherwise we lose access to the $1.6 million. And I guess, when it comes to scheduling, I really don't like being held hostage to a schedule, which is, it would be really nice if we could get something, we could look at it, feel like we could make meaningful changes that we could review before the deadline so that we don't miss out on these kinds of funds. But, I just get this feeling time and time again that like we have things that come before us that have to be approved the night that it comes before us. And I'm a little concerned that we aren't looking at these things, or we aren't doing the best that we can to make sure that we've got good input. So I guess my request would be, could we get some of these timely matters in front of council before the last meeting prior to the deadline? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe there was a question about that earlier today, and there was a response by staff about this grant and how it has come up at like the last, it came up with very short notice and with not very much time for staff to be able to bring it before the council to get input. I know our staff is very busy right now, and we've been without a city manager and a city attorney for a year now. So everybody's doing double duty, and I think our staff needs to get a lot more credit than they do. But Director Crabtree, I have a question about the $150,000 that's being proposed and for what it would be used for. How would that money be allocated? Because I know that the police department has like 2 officers that deal with outreach to the homeless and are trained to work with the unhoused. Would that money go there, or is there, or where exactly, where would the money go? That's what I'd like to know. Thank you.
All right, that's it for questions.
If I may, I'd like to start with Councilmember Chahal's question. And first clarify that the city has the tenant-based rental assistance program been going on for many years. And it's continuing to go on now, funded by CDBG money. So every year from HUD, we get CDBG money that's put, particularly, I'm sorry, I should say home money, not CDBG. They got my wrong fund. But anyway, one of the annual grants that we receive from HUD has been used to fund that program. So that's already in place. I think Councilmember Chahal was referring to the ERAP program that we had during COVID, which was an emergency mental assistance program, which was different. Those were for folks that were at risk of being evicted because they couldn't pay rent related to COVID. So that was a short-term duration, and that program has concluded. So we're no longer operating that one. But this is putting money into our existing and ongoing TBRA program that we've had for a number of years. And there's a little difference. The ERAP program was focused on people who weren't homeless, but they were having trouble making their rent payments. The TBRA program is really focused on people who are homeless and helping them get into housing. So then I'll next address the concern about the timing of this, and acknowledge it's certainly not our desire to come to the council at the last minute on items. And I think, as I sort of outlined in the report, this was a new deadline that was given to us in November of this last year, as we were sort of finishing up our homelessness task force process and working on that, getting ready for the study session in January, and at the same time trying then to work full speed with our consultant, amending our contract with them so that we could do more work with them and get through the community outreach requirements. This was the earliest we could get to the council. So that's what I can say about that, but we certainly understand the concern and we'll do our best to avoid that. And then I believe the other questions are really about the movement of funds from our proposal to include outreach. And we can do that, right? So the question is, can we? The answer is yes. Tonight the council can direct us to program some of the ARP monies for outreach activities. We will make sure, we'll work with our consultant to get that into our plan that we submit to HUD, if that's the council direction. And do that. And as mentioned earlier, we can come back and amend the plan in the future if we want to make other changes. We looked at what a program like that might be, and looking at other jurisdictions, and the number we saw was about 250,000, and that's to bring on like a couple sort of part-time people that are community organizer, people who are used to working, social worker types who are used to working with the homeless. And that funds a considerable amount of time for those individuals to work with the community, build a relationship, to get to a point of trust that they can then help those individuals get access to services. So that is something we could look at doing. And then I'll ask Adam if he wants to add on to that.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, I wanted to respond to Councilmember Watanabe's question about whether it be the police department's outreach team or a nonprofit. And then we've been working very closely with Sergeant Deeger and his outreach team. And what we've heard from them is that they would very much appreciate that extra help, that they don't do the assessments, which is what's needed to get into the county's homelessness system and officially kind of be put in line for supportive housing, that they are responding to a variety of needs, and that having that extra sort of a nonprofit, with skills, with social service skills, would be helpful and would be different from the services they offer. They are specially trained in de-escalation and a lot of other important elements to being on the front line, but they don't do the assessments, and that's a key step in linking our local unhoused residents with the county's housing system and other services.
Is that it?
Mayor, if I could add just one more note. Yeah, and I appreciate it. I know I've been up here a bit more than the last two council meetings, but I just wanted to acknowledge.
You just sat right there. That's where you should be sitting. Yes.
I know Andrew mentioned the staff capacity, and he didn't mention it, but I do want to acknowledge it that kind of the CMO has requested and housing staff has stepped up as part of the real estate process. Two housing staff have been helping support that process and helping support me kind of try to move those items forward in absence of having a real estate manager. So they have lost some of their time in the housing group and help us accomplish things that the city needed to get done. And I know I acknowledged them before as part of kind of what I presented on real estate for you, but Jennifer has been helping with Morse and Gianera, and you can tell that's been pretty active lately. And Kathy has been helping with 900 Lafayette, 1000 Lafayette. And we had multiple meetings last week on some issues there, and she was supporting me on that, as well as the Loyalton property. So just from a capacity perspective, I know Andrew didn't mention it, but I wanted to acknowledge that staff has also stepped up and supported that real estate program where we don't have capacity. I need that team behind me to help me move those items forward. So just thankful of that, and I want to acknowledge it.
I just have to say, with the housing element and everything that you've been all doing lately, I'm amazed at your staff, how fantastic they are getting these things forward to us in the timelines that are necessary to get them forward in such a professional manner. And I really appreciate it, because I think that, these are complicated issues, and to be given this, information, this grant at a late time to bring it forward. But this is the nature of the game here in city government. This is how we have to govern. We have timelines, so decisions have to be made. And I know it's the council's job to make decisions at a policy level. And what you have been bringing us on pretty limited staff is pretty amazing for the volume of the work that you're producing through the city. So I just want to take time to say, I appreciate it. I understand the timelines. It's up to us to take it in a professional manner and govern and vote on what's in front of us. But you provide us with the information that we need to make educated decisions. So thank you. Thank you for that, because you don't get that enough for all the good work you do for us. So I just want to say I appreciate it. And I'm going to go to members of the public. This is a public hearing. So the public hearing is open. Is there any member of the public that has a question or comment about this, this amendment to our action plan for the HUD grant funds? Do we have anybody? Oh, yes, Next Door Solutions. I don't know who it is, but Next Door Solutions.
Hi, this is Cynthia Hunter. I'm with Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence. I'm the Director of Programs and Policy. And we're here to thank the City of Santa Clara for prioritizing survivors of domestic violence in the Home ARP Allocation Plan. Our organization has helped thousands of survivors and families move out of crisis and violence into safety, stability, and self-sufficiency since 1971. We offer domestic violence housing first, emergency shelter, legal advocacy, crisis intervention, risk assessment and safety planning, case management, financial assistance, support groups, and mental health services. We also have prevention programming where we provide education and awareness on domestic violence and its effects on individuals, youth, and families. And we share information on our services and programs through our outreach. So we'd just like to thank the city staff as well for prioritizing the needs of survivors in the allocation plan. And we appreciate the ongoing support to meet survivors in the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council on this? May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Jane?
Director Crabtree, I think I had originally proposed 150,000 for outreach, but I think you're saying that really the need is to be an effective program, 250. Am I hearing that correctly?
That would be our recommendation based on what we've seen from other cities, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion.
Please make it.
Okay, I would like to accept staff's proposal with an amendment to carve out $250,000 for an outreach program, and I believe that's over 2 years. Is that correct?
Is that correct,
No,
Director?
no, I believe that's for 1 year.
That's 1 year.
Adam?
Okay, for 1 year. Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Becker?
He beat me to the punch.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to just ensure where would that $250,000 go? Which outreach program? Is it the one through the police department that you mentioned, Adam?
Other cities use, there's a couple nonprofits that specialize in doing street outreach. And so I think we would need to do probably an RFP to see. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Whenever you're ready, City Clerk.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Better late than never.
Perfect.
And that passes unanimously. Wow, that was quick. You've been working all night on that. I know, I could see you were sweating over there. Trying to get that done. All right, now we're going back to the consent calendar items pulled for discussion. The first items were 4A and 4B pulled by Kirk Vartan. Kirk, please come forward. Start with 4A.
Do you want to read the item title, or should I just jump in, or?
I'll read it. So 4A is action on the minutes of November 16, 2022 special council meeting, November 30th, 2022 special council meeting, December 6, 2022 council and authorities concurrent and special Santa Clara Stadium Authority meeting, December 8th, 2022 special council and authority concurrent and special Santa Clara Stadium Authority meeting, December 13th, 2022 council and authority concurrent meeting, and December 16th, 2022 special city council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I just for
You don't want to waste your
context.
time
Yeah, thank you.
doing that. Okay.
The reason I wanted this pulled is because when you look at these minutes, the specific ones I'm going to focus in on is November 16th. That was the special council meeting focused on the grand jury report. What was the name of it? Unintended consequences, or anyway, whatever it was called. The meeting itself was almost 6 hours. I sat through it. It was an interesting meeting. It talked about the 7 findings and 18 recommendations, and those were all discussed in a fair amount of detail. In these minutes, the only action that was reported was the adjournment. And there was no discussion that was reflected in these minutes. There was no transparency reflected in these minutes. And my concern is that unless somebody spends almost 6 hours watching that meeting, which was incredibly painful, like I said, I liked seeing it because it was very informative, but it's incredibly painful to watch on a screen for almost 6 hours. They're not going to have any idea what took place. There's no idea on who voted for what, who supported which dissenting idea, who dissented against the items that were listed in the grand jury report. And that is a real disservice because and this is just on a 30-item consent calendar and 6 items on one particular item here. It's just buried in there. And it's just, I think, a real disservice. So I just think that the level of discussion and what was discussed and the points that were brought up and the fact that this council said that they dismissed pretty much every recommendation that was there. I think one was accepted, but most of them were voted down, pretty much going against them with the majority 5-2 most of the time. And the fact that that wasn't reflected, I think, is a real disservice for transparency.
City Attorney, should we pull those for City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, so the November 16th meeting was a study session for the council to go over those findings and recommendation. These minutes are action. There were no action taken. There was by consensus. You all went through the line items. You gave your reasons for the different findings and recommendation, and the city attorney had outlined what the process was going to be that evening. Therefore, the only action taken that evening was the adjournment. Minutes that are action are to reflect what the legislative body as a whole took an action on.
So you're saying because there was no actual votes, although I believe we voted.
So we're not taking individual comments of one person. It's the body. So
I see what you're saying, because there was no actual votes. But, wow, okay.
I mean, unless the attorney would like to weigh in on that.
That's correct. That's how we've moved to that process for all of our minutes.
Unless there's an actual vote, like, it doesn't get recorded.
Well, the recording is there.
No, I mean recorded in the minutes.
Not in the minutes.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to take action on the minutes? A motion second. Passes unanimously. And then item 4B, board and commission and committee minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This one I pulled for the Governance and Ethics Committee meetings. There were 2 listed, one on December 5th, 2022, and the other is June 7th, 2021. During this, the governance and ethics committees, their mission is to look at policies and procedures and the ethics and values program. Yet, ironically, in both of those meetings, and even the last one, ethics was only mentioned in the name of the program, the committee, and the work plan that was defined. There was no ethics discussed. There was no ethical discussions mentioned. There was no focus on the ethics and value program. It meets 4 times a year. And these 2 times, the ethics was not a priority, nor was it a focus during the meeting. So I would encourage you to watch those and see. But the ethics program, which has been constantly, I would say, ignored or just not prioritized by this council, is kind of just falling by the wayside. And this used to be a stellar ethics program in the city. I think it got awards. It's been in place for over 20 years. And it's a shame. It's a shame that this council doesn't have the courage to actually support your own ethics. It's your own ethics program. You all signed up for this. And this committee was used as justification for not creating an ethics commission. How ironic is that? This council decided, and Vice Mayor Park at the time, Councilmember Park, said he didn't think it was appropriate to create a commission as recommended in the grand jury report because of the Governance and Ethics Committee. We have committees. It's true. You do have a committee. The problem is you're not actually using the committee for what it's designed for. And even Dr. Tom Shanks met with Councilmember Jane and talked about these things, and yet it still didn't come up. I think that's just fascinating that it's not prioritized in the actual committee in its title. And that's a shame.
Thank you, and I've asked staff to put it on the next Governance and Ethics Committee meeting. Do I have a motion to approve these minutes?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. Register your vote, please. That passes unanimously. All right, next we have Councilmember Chahal pulled 4H informational report on traffic calming study criteria related to the 85th percentile speed and traffic volumes.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I pulled this item because we wanted some more insight into the 85th percentile data. And I looked at some comparative numbers for City of Mountain View specifically, and there were data from the Sunnyvale, San Jose. And for one matter, we were not taking some actions on the traffic mitigation because of this criteria we set up, because we were not meeting that criteria. 85th percentile, we set up at 33 miles. In a 25-mile zone, basically. And that's the reason, we were not able to take level 2, level 3 actions on those. But if I looked at Mountain View, they have same criteria, but they have lowered the speed limits of 85 percentile to 31 miles. And wherever school zone is there, they've lowered that even further down to 30 miles. So my request, and they also have another criteria, there are greater cut through, 25% or greater cut through traffic if in a particular zone. So we can note and file this thing, nothing going to happen, and the residents will complain and will not be able to take any action. So my submission is, can we make a motion to revise our criteria of 85th percentile to say 30 miles per hour today, or do we have to bring that forward later on? Because this is the discussion about the traffic mitigation in our neighborhoods. So how we can do that?
So the motion cannot be made today.
So we'll have to bring that.
It would have to be brought back.
Could I get the microphone? Yeah, perfect. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Thanks for your comments, Councilmember Chahal. Yeah, in the attachment of today's report, we had listed out some of the guidelines of the various cities. And they, you can see they're not identical. Each city is a little bit different. Some cities do have 33 miles an hour like ours, some 32, some 31. So they do vary a bit. The city of Santa Clara, we follow a council-approved traffic calming policy. So that is applied uniformly. If council wanted to go about updating the policy, we actually mentioned in the report that we have money budgeted and we're looking at in our work plan of doing that in a couple of years. So that goes through hiring a consultant and looking at the whole policy. And what changes might be recommended, what input the council would have, information from the public as well, and then we'd look at redoing the entire policy. That's what our current.
So basically, we'll have to do a comprehensive policy. We cannot pick and choose matching some criteria for our nearby cities. We can't do that.
Yeah,
in a short term.
Yeah, our recommendation would be look at the entire policy. It's been a while since it's been updated. There, as you mentioned, Mountain View has some differences in school zones. We'd like to hire an expert consultant to go through that and also be able to discuss, what does it mean when you change speeds? It might not think a lot, is it 33, 32? But what does it mean in terms of our streets in the city of Santa Clara and what improvements we might need to make, and then what are those costs to do all those improvements? Because doing the study obviously is one thing, and then it's doing the implementation. So I think taking a look at that entire policy, it's not just speeds, it's volumes, as you mentioned, and then the different criteria in there for level 1, 2, and 3. I think taking a look at that whole policy is a good place to start.
Yeah, I was only trying to cut short, like if we want to really help our residents with those mitigating measures, then I was trying to make that shortcut. But if you say it has a comprehensive policy, then so be it, right? Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any other council comments. We have a public member, Linda.
Yes. I think that the DMV specifies exactly what speed in residential and some of the other speeds. So I need that to be paid attention to. So you don't have city law conflicting with state DMV law. The other thing is that when I'm driving, I don't drive the speed limit. I drive what the other cars around me are doing. So what you really need to do is make sure that the cars around me slow down if that's what you want. And that is all.
Thank you, Linda. Edward, go ahead, Edward. Edward? I know we've had problems with him before in terms of, there you go. Yes, we can hear
okay.
you. Go ahead, Edward.
Worked the second time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that years ago I was told that there was approval for stoplights at the main entrance to the Mikado Shopping Center, but I guess because of COVID it was delayed. And I had originally requested just stop signs, but I was told that it was approved for stop light fixtures. I was just wondering how that was going, and that might be a little while before that's completed or in the process of being done or started. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody can answer that.
No, I'd have to go back and look at it. I know updates were made there. I'd have to look at in regards to any future plans for signals there.
That's fine. I didn't expect that. But okay, is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, Councilmember Becker.
I'd like to make a motion.
Make it?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I'd like to make a motion to note and file the informational report on traffic calming study criteria related to the 85th percentile speed and traffic volumes.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. The last item pulled for discussion is one that I pulled, and it's item 5A, Santa Clara Stadium Authority action on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority financial status report for quarter ending December 31st, 2022, and related budget amendments. And I had two questions. I don't see Ken on the line anymore, so. Oh, is he? I don't see him for some reason. Oh, hi, Ken. Hi. So I have two questions in your report that you submitted to us, and they were really follow-up questions from last council meetings, discussion on the budget, and I brought up two things, and you, I'm sorry, I'm going through your report now because I'm trying to find the one slide. Okay, I can't find it, but there's two things. One was about the reorganization, and I was asking if there's a reorganization, you know, would there be cost savings to us? And in this report, it said something about there is reorganization, but there wasn't going to be any cost savings. And one of the things that I had read in the news media was that 30 people or 30% of their organization was laid off or terminated. And so I'm wondering, when you made the statements in there that there wouldn't be any cost savings, is that coming from them, or as the stadium authority, did we do any further, you know, look into that to see, or was that just coming from the management company, 49er management company? That was my first question. Like what inquiry has happened since then if 30% of their employees were laid off? And then the second thing was I asked about the amount of detail from the events that have taken place like we've received in the past. And there was a funny chart in here that had, let me find it, because it had, you know, event, concert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, concert 1 through 6, and then sporting event 1. And it had, like, for instance, concert 1, revenue, $2 million, expense, $900,000, net, 1.1. I have no idea what that means because I went back and I looked at what we've gotten in the past, which has been, let me give an example. Hold on a second. I made a screenshot of something from the past. So, for instance, we had the information that we received on events. Was we would get under revenues, it would be like seating bowl revenue, TM fees, suite ticket revenue, food and beverage revenue, parking revenue, sponsorship, merchandise, other revenue, and then we'd have a total revenue. And then under expense, we'd have public safety, security, utilities, parking, food and beverage ticketed, food and beverage special events, operations, janitorial, maintenance, and then miscellaneous, and we'd come up with a net profit loss. And so when I read this in here, it said we're not going to be getting that amount of detail anymore because this is more what they want to give us now. And so to me, that was like completely unacceptable because we don't know anything about these different events. So those are my two questions, Ken. I don't know, does anybody else have questions? No, seeing none.
Great. Thank you for the questions, Chair Gilmore. Good evening, Board, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. Just to go back to those two questions regarding the restructuring or reorganization, as the 49ers representative mentioned 2 weeks ago, we did follow up with them before the production of this report to see if they had any additional details regarding the restructuring. We were provided a name of the assigned general manager or executive vice president. That name's in the report. I believe it's Francine Hughes. Mm-hmm. Regarding cost savings, we were told that the restructuring is not going to produce any cost savings. That's information from the 49ers. I have not seen any kind of information that would lead to a 30% reduction in costs. Of course, that's something I can follow up with them on, but as far as the information that was provided and what we have known now, that there isn't any cost savings from a restructuring standpoint. With regards to the details.
So I just wanted to say that's coming from them though. We haven't done anything to investigate that?
We did ask them. I know that separately, the representatives from the executive director's office did have like a meet and greet with the new general manager, but no specifics regarding any kind of cost savings or restructuring below the general manager level was provided to staff.
All right, thank
for
you.
the Stadium Authority.
Thank you.
Then regarding the details, I am familiar with the details you mentioned. We typically provide those in our fourth quarter year-end reports. And working with the 49ers, we were informed that, and the 49ers informed us that providing some of the profit loss details for the specific events could put the Stadium Authority at a competitive disadvantage in the future for future events. For example, when promoters see events that they booked and what was netted to the bottom line for the Stadium Authority, they could come back at future events to negotiate a better deal for the promoter. So it was advised that to the extent we can, we keep those specific names of those events and the profit loss for those events confidential. I can work with the executive director's office, attorney's office, to see if there's a way to maybe pass some of that information along to the board confidentially, if that's the board's wishes. But the reason they were masked in the way they showed up in this report was based on guidance from a negotiation standpoint that was provided to the Stadium Authority. And so we wanted to acknowledge and respect that that position for future events that promoters may book with the Stadium Authority.
So for 10 years, they've been giving us this information, and now they're saying, no, we're not going to have it, because I think it's unacceptable that the board doesn't have that information. How are we to see which events are profitable and which ones aren't by concert 1, 2, 3, 4? Because this chart makes no sense whatsoever unless we have the whole picture. You can't keep that information from us. I think that's unacceptable.
So Chair Gilmore, if I could clarify, we do have that internally. It was advised that to keep that confidential for future events and the promoter's position of negotiation. So we do have that internally here at the Stadium Authority. We could provide that to the council confidentially if the council chooses.
You would have to, because the staff can't keep that from the board. The staff can't have that information and keep it from the board.
Absolutely, we can pass that along to you confidentially. The reason it was masked in this report from a public perspective was to protect the Stadium Authority's negotiations for future events.
And so after 10 years, they decide that's what needs to happen. Ten years of concerts and events. Now we're going to mask it all to the public. I think it's wrong, but okay, those were my two questions. Thank you, Ken, for staying up late to answer them. All right, is there a motion to? Authority Member Jane.
Yes, Director Lee, are you still there?
You might have gone to sleep.
Oh.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So my understanding is the city paid for a financial management system, and we had a consultant, Armanino, help us implement that. So I think you were saying that you have access to all the information. To what level of detail do you have access to?
Thank you for the question. So the Stadium Authority has profit and loss reports for the specific events. And as I mentioned, we can transmit those numbers to the board. And, they were masked from a negotiation standpoint for future events. With regards to the financial management system, we also receive account level information, so we can see the transaction details behind the events, and that's provided to us. Some of the shared expense information is also provided, and because those costs are typically originated from a stadium manager system. Some of those entries are netted, and so we were working with the stadium manager to understand the details that is provided. Those information, from my understanding from staff, is provided on an ongoing basis, and we're working with. We continue to work with the stadium manager on the expectations and the details that are provided in that financial management system. So we do get invoices as backup for some of the charges, and we work with them on obtaining some of the contracts related to some of those expenses as well. So a lot of detail to thumb through. But I would say it's a work in progress, just making sure we're all on the same page as far as what's needed to be provided in that system.
I believe that there are two sets of auditors that are auditing the stadium events. There's JS Held and KPMG, and they have a full access to the FMS system to be able to look at all of the bills for garbage and what concessions and so on. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I may clarify, so we have KPMG on as our financial statement auditor, and so they typically at the end of the year will audit statements. The financial management system went live in April of this fiscal year, so KPMG has not been engaged with this year's closeout yet. They will in August. But they will have access, at least from our perspective, of that system for this year's transactions. They also have access on any of the entries. They can sample and they work with the stadium manager staff to obtain documentation, as well as any documentation that we have at the Stadium Authority. With regards to JS Held, that was an engagement authorized by the board a couple years ago with regards to non-NFL events. They have some of the old information that was provided to the Stadium Authority. My understanding is that work is almost completed, a report scheduled to go to audit committee within the next few months. So I would say JS Held was working on past fiscal years prior to the implementation of the financial management system. But to the extent, if they wanted access to that system from the Stadium Authority, we would be able to provide it. But I think the scope of that audit was for prior years, prior to the go live of the financial management system.
So from your perspective, the auditors are satisfied with the level of detail that they have access to. Is that correct?
I don't want to speak for them. My understanding from KPMG is that they've gotten access to the documents they need to issue their opinion for the financial statements audit that they do. My understanding from JS Held, there's been some back and forth with stadium manager staff in the past, several years ago, where they were not given access to documents. I'd have to check back in with them again as far as if any progress was made regarding their access to documents. But it's been a while since that issue has come up in a meeting.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to, did we have one already? All right, do you know who it was? Nora, who made the motion?
I'll second it if there's no second.
To don't file the report? So we have a motion second. Members of the public, please come forward.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think it's great that you pulled this item. I just think it's great to see this kind of lively debate and discussion to learn about that, and appreciate the treasurer being able to share a lot of that information. One thing I'd remind this council is that KPMG audits every year. They've always had a clean audit. And if you remember during the prior council years, there was discrepancy, not of the audit, because the audit always works itself out. It's the data that goes into the audit and the numbers that they're looking at or the lack of information. And to hear that, yeah, we think there might be all the documents there and not really have clarity on that, I think is a little bit suspect. And I think we need to be really careful about that and judge the behavior of the 49er organization or the management company or whatever the organization is called that handles that they have not been good faith actors in the past and they have not provided information in the past. And when the stadium audit happened with that Rose and Associates had so much patience. I attended all those audit meetings, and Suds, I know you were at a bunch of them. They never showed up to any of those meetings. They're never at any of these meetings when you guys talk about this, and they never actually speak for themselves. And the auditor, I think, actually just walked off at one point and gave up because he said, I don't have the data. I can't get it. I've asked for it, and I can't get it. So I think we should treat the 49 organization as kind of hostile witnesses in the sense that you have to assume what they're going to give you needs to be checked and validated and verified because they've demonstrated that they are not good faith actors in this partnership that you have with them. And they hold all the cards, they have all the data, and maybe they are providing all the information, maybe they're not. But it's scary to think that you don't know and have clarity on that. And that's why a stadium's expensive, because you need resources to manage it. And you need to manage that information and make sure it's accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All right, please register your vote.
Madam Mayor, I added another hand, Edward.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Stein.
Edward. Go ahead, Edward.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just want to say, like you said, Mayor, last 10 years you've been getting the details from the 49ers. Now, was this part of the agreement where you would get these details? Because nowadays, you guys know, I mean, politicians, they label stuff classified. It's not because of national security, but it's because they want to hide something. This is probably the same thing. They label something confidential because they're hiding something. So, yeah, I think this is unacceptable. Like you were saying, Mayor, something should be done about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Okay, register your votes, please. Please register. Very good. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Treasurer Lee. All right, that brings us to I think that's the end of the agenda. Let's go to, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. It's like a book, this agenda. All right.
Reports of members.
Reports of members and special committees. All right, who do we have here? Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to report on the Cities Association meeting that I attended a little over a week ago. And as we know, the State Assembly and Senate are in session at the moment and starting to work on bills that have been submitted and pushing them through. And so there was a discussion about some of the bills that are of value and things that we should be aware of. And needless to say, there are a lot of housing bills. And one of them that in particular that has been pushed forward by Assemblymember Clara, AB 1469, has to do with creating housing for the unhoused and working with Valley Water, and Valley Water is proposing using some of its lands to develop housing and also work with other entities that provide housing and resources to help the unhoused that live along the waterways. And it was very well received by the other members of the cities associations. I think we'll be hearing something about that in the future. The other thing was on Saturday, I attended the Holy event by, it was hosted by Seva International, the Bay Area chapter at Curtis Field here in Santa Clara. It was a wonderful event. Very well attended. I don't believe there's ever been a community holy event like that in the city of Santa Clara as long as I've known about the event. And I hope that we will be able to work with Seva in the future and making this a regular annual event in the city of Santa Clara, because we definitely have the diversity and the culture that supports an event like this. And it was just so much fun. And I was a judge of a dancing contest with Mayor Larry Klein and Betty from Supervisor Chavez's office, and we just had so much fun watching these students dance, and just with so much energy and with great music. And so it was really a great opportunity to represent the city at this event. And like I said, I hope we can do it more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that the Triton Museum is just right around the corner. The Triton Museum is free, but the tequila tasting event, which is happening on March 24th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., is not free. So it's tequila tasting at the Triton. Discover and learn about the artistry of tequila and enjoy exciting food pairings, including tacos, chocolates, and more. Join them on March 24th for an evening of lively music and a fun-filled silent auction. After the event, take home a shot glass featuring this year's colorful design. Like I said, the Triton Museum is free, but the event is not. Members, it's $85, non-members, $95. Go to tritonmuseum.org. The tequila tasting event is one of the premier events for fundraising for the Triton Museum, and I would suggest everyone go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I wanted to report that from March 16th to 19th, I attended the CivicWell 31st Annual Policymaker Conference in Monterey. This conference is designed to support local elected officials with tools and partnership opportunities to implement innovative solutions to pressing community challenges like climate resilience, decarbonization, transportation, and affordable housing. It was a great conference. The keynote speaker was Senator John Laird, who has 40 years of public service, and he has a new bill for fire safety of battery storage projects. Other attendees were Supervisor Cindy Chavez, Palo Alto Councilmember Pat Burt, Fremont Mayor Lily May, Jan Pepper, the CEO of Peninsula Clean Energy, who also was at SVP, said that Peninsula Clean Energy is adding enough storage to get to zero carbon by 2025. Another speaker was Heidi Sanborn. She's the SMUD board chair, and she said that their rates are 45% less than PG&E's. Their plan is to get to 100% zero carbon by 2030, and they're planning to get there without raising rates more than inflation. So they do kind of interesting things like handing out free window screens so that people don't have to turn on their air conditioning. They just open the windows. Some people have broken screens. They have a mobility center where low-income people can borrow electric vehicles for free. Another speaker was very interesting. They're talking about remote workforce. Darcy Totten. She's the Director of Communications on Status of Women and Girls. And she said that 16 million working age Americans aged 18 to 65 have long COVID. And for every 1 million people out of the labor force because of long COVID, the lost income is $50 billion. And then Mitch Weiss of the California Transportation Commission, he's the executive director, he said, telework, this is very interesting, actually increases VMT. It seems that people are doing errands and things while they're teleworking, so they're actually driving more. That was surprising. And then Siva Gunda, who is on the California Energy Commission, he talked about the AB 205, which is DSGS, distributed generation. And so it was a very interesting conference. I made a lot of contacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I just wanted to report that I was invited to a conference, online conference with the U.S. Department of Transportation. They had invited mayors, city managers, and staff members, police organizations, of the cities that have been selected for FIFA and the World Cup. And so I asked the city manager's office that was represented, and our police department was represented on the line as well, talk about what opportunities there would be for us with the U.S. Department of Transportation. They are, there's capital improvements. Well, many cities have already been working on their capital improvements to enhance transportation for the World Cup. And they talked about how if we had these projects going, they could help us fast track them in the system, or help us if we have projects that maybe they could help find funding for us for the World Cup. Many cities have been working on their World Cup. Dallas, for instance, has dedicated staff that have been working for 18 months on preparations for the World Cup. Many cities talked about their preparations. Some said we're 3 years away. They wish they had 6 years to plan for it. Can you imagine my embarrassment to say we don't have the entire FIFA documents for our city, so we have no idea what we're responsible for? The gentleman from the U.S. Department of Transportation said that the cities are responsible for a lot more than just transporting people to and from the games. But my point is, we were supposed to have full FIFA documents by February 1st. This council voted on it, the grand jury asked for it, and we still do not have full FIFA documents. We've been asking for them for a year. Other cities have been working on this for 18 months. We are so far behind. And so my question is, and I'm throwing this out there to the city attorney's office, can we subpoena the documents? Can we do something to get those documents? Because we are so far behind. I'm not asking you for an answer right now, but I'm telling you, we have to do what we need to do to get those documents from 49er Management Company. Because everybody on the line was either, many of the cities didn't even own the stadiums, but they had the documents and they knew what their requirements are. We do not know. So I'm telling you, there's going to be further calls, but we have to do what we can to get a full set of documents so that we can plan for these. Could be between 4 and 8 games. So that's like between 4 and 8 Super Bowls in Santa Clara, and we don't have the documents. And again, these are big cities that are working on these. These are, Philadelphia, Dallas, Seattle, Newark, Los Angeles, and Santa Clara. So it just really puts an exclamation mark on the point that these big cities have full-time staff that are preparing for this. And what do we have right now? We don't even know what we're responsible for. So, granted, we're not paying for anything, but still, those of us who remember Super Bowl and this city and the people that were working almost full-time on Super Bowl for a long time, imagine several of those at a time. So I want to put 20 exclamation points on the fact that we need to get the documents. We have to. So that's all I have to say right now. All right, city manager, executive director report.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Just one last time tonight. Just a couple of items I wanted to acknowledge. One is I did send you a couple of emails on Homestead Road and what occurred there last week. And I don't think I put it in the emails, and I want to do it publicly anyway. I just want to acknowledge what a team effort that was from the city. Certainly SVP staff was out there quite a bit for a number of days, as you know, but also the police department was out there, fire department was out there, in addition to immediately both water and sewer called to see what they could do, and they had staff participate, and then Public Works did as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that effort that it took and all the people who participated as part of that. So very proud of the city and how everybody stepped up and volunteered. And you know, the rains and the winds continue, so we don't have all the information yet, but tonight was not an easy day or an easy night again. We did have a couple of large outages. Thankfully, staff was able to redistribute power fairly quickly. We got people back on, and kind of that number got smaller and smaller and smaller, but I still, last time I checked, I still do have a crew out there with 6 customers that don't have power, just replacing equipment. I also want to acknowledge the CRC did lose power today, and they had to cancel some of the classes and events that were happening at the CRC. And also touching base with Craig that Public Works staff has been very busy as well. They had over 30 tree calls, at least that he's aware of last time he checked also. So we'll get you more information as it happens, but I just wanted to acknowledge that people are still out there working, still addressing the issue. And, you know, while I appreciate the rain, as you know, from an SVP perspective, I wouldn't mind giving the staff a little break at this point so we can have a few nights off. But team effort by everybody and everybody who's out there working still to bring services back and address some of those issues.
And those of us, when I drove by Homestead Road and saw the dramatic issue with those poles going down and just how dangerous it could have been, and the fact that nobody got hurt, the residents were safe, and there's still crews out there working. They're still working out there, and it looks like they're going to be there for a while. And then as I was driving home today with all the wind and I'm dodging in my car, the branches of the trees that are falling, and I saw our street department, cars and crews all over town, I thought, wow, they really need a break. But our gratitude for everything that they're doing to keep us all safe, because this is unprecedented what's happened with the wind and rain combination. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to all our employees and our staff that are working so hard to keep us safe.
Yeah, and Mayor, it's pretty interesting. I was out there on Homestead Road the day it occurred. I was out there for about an hour, and I was pretty surprised that even under that situation, I had 3 or 4 people approach me and just thank me, once, because we had their power back on, even under those circumstances, and 2, just because of the level of staff and effort that got out there to make the situation safe as fast as possible. So I thought that was pretty great, right? Yeah, I mean, here we are blocking the road, blocking the access, and stuff's going on, and they asked me questions, but after that, they were very thankful just for the efforts the city put to kind of take care of it. And like I say, I know they're still out there, so I did want to mention that as well.
But the community really appreciates it as well, and I've gotten so many thank yous on behalf of what your staff and your crews are doing, because it's pretty incredible, the response of our city crews. The response is just fantastic.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that leads us to our adjournment. I think I don't have any adjournments this evening. So may I please have a motion to adjourn?
All motion.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal. Please register your vote. We missing someone?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting's adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.